Darwinian evolution. Junk science.
Let's actually look at the origin of this Darwinian teaching and judge it on the basis of its fruit, of what it has actually produced. The first thing that you will notice when we look into this is that Darwinian evolution is racist. By racist, we mean a person who believes in racism, the doctrine that one's own racial group is superior, or that a particular racial group is inferior to the others. Now, evolutionists resent anybody actually even bringing this up. They get very angry about it. And they start calling people names just because you even bring this up. And they will say, no, Darwin was not a racist and evolution is not racist. What I would say to them, if they're people of science, why don't they just use their reason? Why don't we just look at the facts? Why don't we look at the history? Why don't we see what the man actually said? And then we will know whether he was a racist or not. In his book, The Origin of Species, it is said that he confines himself to the area of natural life that does not include humans. That it's just about the natural world apart from humans. However you look at it, this has great implications regarding humans. Now, here is an example of something that you will find in the book. In this book, he writes about something called the slave-making instinct, referring to ants that make slaves out of other ants. And he says this: it is far more satisfactory to look at such instincts as ants making slaves, not as specially endowed or created instincts, but as small consequences of one general law leading to the advancement of all organic beings, namely, multiply, vary, let the strongest live, and the weakest die. Basically, what he is asserting is that within the animal kingdom, making slaves is a natural thing to do. Now, does that have implications for men? Is this really just talking about ants, or is it talking about human beings too? Well, we don't have to guess about that because he actually wrote about it in several different letters. And it says, one day in 1858, while out walking, Darwin noticed some large red ants carrying smaller, black, what he called slave ants. He says this: I have such a piece of luck at Moore Park. I found the rare slave-making ant and saw the little black N-word in the plural in their master's nests. He goes on, I've had some fun here in watching a slave-making ant. Why would that be fun? For I could not help rather doubting the wonderful stories, but I have now seen a marauding party And I have seen a migration from one nest to another of the slave makers carrying their slaves. And then he says, who are house and not field, N-word in the plural, in their mouths. Is he talking about ants, or is he talking about people, or is he talking about both? Certainly using this racist term in this way and talking about the slavery of these ants in the same kind of terminology as was common among slavers during his lifetime would indicate he's talking about both. So, what is he really saying? Isn't he saying there's a justification for slavery in the natural world? How could you find any other conclusion but that? Well, that's not the whole extent, in fact, of his racist comments. He said this in another book, The Descent of Man, where he does directly deal with evolution as it applies to human society. He says, at some future period, not very distant, as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races throughout the world. At the same time, the anthropomorphous apes, as Professor Schaffhausen has remarked, will no doubt be exterminated. The break between man and his nearest allies will then be wider, for it will intervene between man and a more civilized state, as we may hope, even than the Caucasian, and some ape as low as a baboon, instead of as now between the Negro or Australian and the gorilla. So in this comment, what he is saying is that presently the Caucasian is at the top of his scale of evolution, and using his words, the Negro or Australian is at the bottom of the scale, the closest to the gorilla. Is that a racist comment? You read the definition of racism. Is that not racist? Isn't that outrageous? How can anybody defend that? According to his claim, we have someone like Martin Luther King, a highly developed sense of morals and intelligence, who he is comparing as being the next thing to an ape. Is that even logical? Let alone, is it even humane? So we find that Darwinian evolution began stating that men are animals with some races more advanced along the evolutionary chain than others. Darwin clearly placed Caucasians at the highest place in that chain, while placing those races he generally termed savages at the bottom. Why would he say that? This view was very convenient as a scientific justification for European colonization and enslavement of the native peoples of the world. This is telling you what evolution is really about. It serves the interest of the elite. And you know, even now, it's hard to find pure science because scientists all need funding. So it's the people and the institutions with the money that provide the grants that often determine what the outcome of any scientific inquiry is going to be. There's lots of pseudoscience in the world even now, and that was true back then. That was true regarding Charles Darwin. Now, what happened with all this? Well, maybe you've seen some of this kind of nonsense. scientific racism. It ran rampant after Darwin, speculating on his theory of survival of the fittest. You have these stupid measurements of people's heads and charts showing which is the most advanced on the evolutionary scale and which is the least, and grading them in between. If anything, instead of elevating the ones at the top, it just degraded the entire human race, this kind of thinking. And the results were pretty terrible. For example, here's a newspaper article from Australia that is telling some of the history in Australia. The headline is "Blacks Slain for Science's White Superiority Theory." Cross out white superiority theory and put Darwinism, because it's the same thing. And the article outlines all kinds of horrors that happened in Australia towards the Aboriginal people there. You have a picture of people chained up to one another, and it says, "The systematic mistreatment of Aborigines continued well into this century, with many rounded up and chained together like animals." This is the real result of Darwinian evolution in the very century where it began, and continuing on at least into the 20th century, and actually continuing today. Here's one of the things that it says in the article: Aborigines were murdered to obtain specimens for science and were killed for display. Darwinian evolution, friends. The fruit of Darwinian evolution.
Darwinian evolution. Junk science.
We see that Charles Darwin wrote a book, and it was published in 1859. And his book on the origin of species, which is really not the whole title, it's telling you what he's really saying. It was Darwinism that gave them scientific justification to go in and dominate the so-called savages. That's what evolution is about. Here's a newspaper article from Australia. The headline is "Blacks Slain for Science's White Superiority Theory." Cross out white superiority theory and put Darwinism, because it's the same thing. Look at this map of Africa. See the little light green part? That's the only part of Africa that was not completely colonized by the Europeans. All the other colors you see on there, that's all areas of Africa that were divided up to the different European nations. Why were they there in Africa? To steal everything in Africa. That's why they were there. They were thieves. They were going into a place that did not belong to them, where they were stronger, where they were more powerful, and they were taking what they wanted. That's what they were doing. And they needed a moral justification for that in the eyes of the soldiers that they sent to die there to make them rich. And Darwinian evolution gave them the excuse they needed. It didn't just happen in Africa. Here in the United States, the indigenous people in America were virtually wiped out. And this too was justified by Darwinian evolution.
Often when racist history is cited, such as stories of slavery, colonialism, genocide of indigenous people, or Nazi atrocities, blame is directed towards the Bible and Bible-believing people. However, a closer look at actual documentation points to another culprit behind elitist racist atrocities. That culprit is Darwinian evolution. This obscured fact of history needs and deserves to be revealed. The film, Darwinian Evolution: Junk Science, was made to set this record straight. See it today. See Darwinian Evolution: Junk Science, www.truthpoint.info.
It's alive!
Hello, I'm Eliyahu. In 2015, all the nations of the world, making up the United Nations General Assembly, voted to adopt the UN 2030 Agenda. The 2030 Agenda will establish a globalist government over the whole earth that claims ownership over the earth and all its resources, including the people. This world takeover is scheduled to occur in 2030, now only about a decade away. The globalist vision of the 2030 Agenda perfectly matches the prophecies of the Bible about the creation of a beast system to rule the whole world. That's why in 2015, I released this video seminar to warn people of the globalist Antichrist government that is scheduled to literally take over the world by 2030. This is a crisis for every person on earth. On March 7th, 2016, I presented more on the push toward the globalist utopia planned by 2030. This time, highlighting the technology the elite are developing to control the entire human race. The overarching term for this change is transhumanism. Now, in 2019, only 3 years later, great strides in technology have already been made toward achieving the transhumanist future envisioned by the globalist elite. In this presentation, we will examine excerpts from the 2016 message and compare them to excerpts from videos by the technocratic elite revealing major breakthroughs in technology they have produced in only the last 3 years. When you compare these major technological breakthroughs, all leading toward a globalist, transhumanist future, now only a decade away, I believe you will see that this is not a conspiracy theory or a false alarm. You will see that the globalist elite are hard at work building the beast. Now, here is the first video excerpt from the 2016 message.
Excerpt from Eliyahu ben David, Prepare for the World of 2030, dated March 7th, 2016.
Here's how man started in the garden. Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim, he created him, male and female, he created them. I would think if you were created in the image of the Creator himself, then that would be hard to improve on. In fact, impossible, because you're in the Creator's image, right? Well, not everybody agrees with that. Not everybody thinks that Yahweh's creation is perfect. For instance, this guy, Ray Kurzweil, he thinks we're all going to be cyborgs by 2030. He has very little regard for the human body. He thinks it's very flawed in its design. He thinks we should all be a lot more like computers. Before you dismiss him as some kind of an idiot, realize he's a futurist and Google engineer. It's not a surprise he works for Google, is it? And he predicted that humans will be cyborgs by 2030. And the idea is to enhance human beings to make them better than they are. In fact, there's an evolutionary idea here that this is how they're going to break through the barrier and that we will become something beyond human. Here's a picture next to Ray of a guy that has taken this very seriously. You see that thing coming out of his head that looks a lot like a desk lamp? Well, that really is attached to his head. It goes right into his head, into his brain. And that makes him a cyborg. And he has a camera. But it's a special kind of camera. It allows him to see colors on the spectrum that an ordinary human can't see. It's a lot like a dog is able to hear a sound that we as humans can't hear. And for him, he's an artist. He thought, okay, why don't I just improve my ability of sight by having this attached into my head? I don't know how he sleeps at night. And I'm sure he has other problems. But that's what he's done. And you know, it's a lot of young people. It's interesting. You've got an old guy like Kurzweil here. These guys are the ones that are the dreamers. They're the leaders, these old people. And a big part of that is because they don't want to die. And who does? And they're hoping that this movement will save their lives. But it's these young people that are affected by it. There are just waves and waves of these young people who have taken this ideology to heart, and they're totally ready to start mutilating their bodies in order to add in all of this bizarre technology.
Shortly after those 2016 comments, Elon Musk made a startling suggestion and gave us his reason why all of us need to be cyborgs.
I think there's a lot of innovation happening in many different areas. The advancements in AI, I think, are quite astonishing. Going back to the AI situation, this is quite important. If you assume any rate of advancement in AI, we will be left behind by a lot. And so then we could be in, benign, but even the benign situation, if you have if you have ultra intelligent AI, we would be, so far below them in intelligence that it would be like, a pet, basically.
Cat, that's what I was thinking.
Like a pet.
Cat,
like a cat. It'd be
Elon
like
the
a house cat. Yeah, it
right.
would be like the house cat.
Right.
It's not the end of the world, It's just,
Well,
sort of pet.
You've seen the movie, it could be. Yeah.
It could be.
The primitive forms of artificial intelligence we already have proved very useful. But I think the development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race. Once humans develop artificial intelligence, it would take off on its own and redesign itself at an ever-increasing rate. Humans, who are limited by slow biological evolution, couldn't compete and would be superseded.
I mean, I don't love the idea of being a house cat.
Okay.
But that,
So what's the solution?
I think it's to essentially, I think one of the solutions that seems maybe the best one is to have an AI layer, to have an AI layer, to have an AI layer, to have an AI layer, to have an AI layer. If you think of like you've got your limbic system, your cortex, and then a digital layer, sort of a third layer above the cortex, that could work well and symbiotically with you. I mean, just as your cortex works symbiotically with your limbic system, your sort of a third digital layer could work symbiotically with the rest.
This is something that's surgically inserted or bred into the species, or what?
The fundamental limitation is input-output. So we already have, we're already a cyborg. It's just that, I mean, you have a digital version of yourself or partial version of yourself online in the form of your emails and your social media and all the things that you do, that you can answer any question, you can video conference with anyone anywhere, you can send a message to millions of people instantly, but the constraint is input-output. So we're I/O bound. Your output level is so low, it's like, particularly on a phone, like your two thumbs just sort of tapping away. This is ridiculously slow. Mostly, effectively merging in a symbiotic way with digital intelligence revolves around eliminating the I/O constraint. So it'd be some sort of direct cortical interface. Some sort of interface directly with your cortical neurons particularly. It doesn't involve, it doesn't involve, like chopping your skull off or anything like that.
That's good.
Yeah.
And plus, you're not a house cat anymore, right?
Not a house cat. So,
Right.
I mean, essentially, if we can figure out how to establish a high bandwidth neural interface, then you're no longer a house cat.
All right. On that note,
Just one closing thing.
I mean, I think that's probably the benign outcome. That's probably the best outcome, I think.
Are you interested in exploring this possibility that you have just laid?
So somebody's got to do it. So somebody should do it. And I mean, if somebody doesn't do it, then I think I should probably do it. But
and the goal of this is to prevent there being an external AI, particularly one controlled by a small group of people, that could be so much more powerful and intelligent than we are that the house
It
cat
would be godlike in its
situation
capability.
occurs.
Yeah.
Now, fast forward from 2016 to July 2019.
In July of 2019, Elon Musk had a presentation detailing the Neuralink project. Earlier in the year, on the Joe Rogan podcast, Musk said that there was a big announcement coming, and this was it. So what is the Neuralink? Musk states that human cognition has two major systems. The limbic system, where our emotions, needs, and wants are processed, and then the cortex, which involves thinking and planning. The Neuralink in its final form is to be a third layer on top of this, a digital superintelligence layer, augmenting ourselves with computers and eventually artificial intelligence. Depending on how you look at it, we already have this layer in the form of our phones and laptops. You've all heard the saying that we have all of the world's information at our fingertips. The bottleneck in all of this is how we interface with that information. Fingers and speech are too slow and a very low bandwidth form of communication between us and our devices. A much faster way to get to this information would be directly. This is called the brain-machine interface, and the Neuralink is an effort to solve this problem. It's already been a massive multidisciplinary effort. It includes scientists, doctors, electrical engineers, surgeons, and more. So how does it work? So our brain consists of neurons firing all the time in response to electrical signals sent when we see, hear, move, talk, or think. Whenever a neuron fires from these electrical signals, a tiny electromagnetic field is present. Basically, Neuralink is going to tap into these tiny electric fields generated at synapse junctions in the brain. It's going to interpret this analog data as ones and zeros to be used in the digital world. The neuron pulses will be detected using tiny threads, about 1/10 the cross-section of a human hair, or about the size of a neuron. Each thread is to be installed with a robot, so it's not going to burst blood vessels or cause trauma. The needle for insertion is 24 microns in diameter, much smaller than the state-of-the-art in deep brain stimulation. Such surgeries had been done before for deep brain stimulation for Parkinson's sufferers, though these traditional methods have a 1 in 100 chance of causing a severe brain hemorrhage. A smaller footprint should make things much safer. The state-of-the-art for Parkinson's deep brain stimulation has around 10 electrodes. The Neuralink contains thousands of electrodes. These electrodes need to be less than 60 microns away to detect a firing neuron and serve as the interface that reads data from the brain and sends data to the brain. The processor for making all of this work is something called the N1 chip. The N1 chip reads analog brain signals, amplifies them, digitizes them, processes them, and then sends it out to a pod device behind the ear. The pod device is the only thing that's going to be upgraded, and the implants stay as they are. Remove the pod and everything shuts off. The N1 chip is 4 by 5 millimeters, low power, and has built-in hardware for processing brain signals. It can read 20,000 brain samples per second. So these are real raw signals coming from a neural link hooked up to a brain. What the scientists are looking for are spikes in voltage when a neuron fires. This is the fundamental element of communication within the brain. An algorithm can detect these spikes in real time, decode them, and make sense of the vast amounts of data coming in. The system can not only read data from the brain, but also write data. To do this, a signal is run through an electrode near a neuron, causing that neuron to fire. The information inputted into the brain doesn't have to be perfect because of neural plasticity. This means the brain learns how to use the new information. The original plan for the Neuralink is to connect 4 N1 chips with thousands of electrodes coming from each chip. Signals will be sent via Bluetooth to the pod device behind the ear, and it will be controlled by a phone. The first goal is to get patients to be able to control a mobile device, a phone, mouse, or computer keyboard. The Neuralink will show up as a regular Bluetooth keyboard or mouse. The first application for the Neuralink is to tap into the primary motor cortex, the part of the brain that sends signals down to the spinal cord and onto the muscles to drive movement. It will start with simple things like a mouse and keyboard, but could also be used to read signals from all movement, even speech. And finally, it could be used to restore movement of someone's own body. The materials science team wants to use materials with properties that would make the brain not only accept the neural link, but think that it's part of itself. It's fairly controversial, but early tests on monkeys have been successful.
We wish that we didn't have to work with animals, right? That we just wish that wasn't like a step in the process. And we try to be very careful and thoughtful about it and do it as efficiently as possible. Because we believe that the benefit to humanity is in the end, like the benefits outweigh the negatives.
Yeah, I mean, but we have made a monkey has been able to control the computer with its brain. Just, FYI.
I didn't realize we were running that result today, but there it goes.
Human patient trials are set to start by the end of 2020. The target patient will be a quadriplegic due to a spinal cord injury. The main hurdle so far has been FDA approval for implantable devices. So the future of Neuralink will be in 3 stages. Stage 1 is to understand and treat brain disorders, starting with people with serious medical needs. Stage 2, preserve and enhance one's own brain. Stage 3, full brain-machine interfaces. In the future, there could even be a kind of app store for programs that you can download and control with your brain. Other possibilities from the presentation include a new kind of communication, kind of like telepathy, or downloading the memories of someone who's familiar with a city so that when you go to that city, you feel familiar with it too. The possibilities are kind of endless.
We developed this robot that can rapidly and precisely insert hundreds of individual threads representing thousands of distinct electrodes into the cortex in less than an hour. This tool allows a surgeon to aim between the blood vessels that cover the surface of the brain with micron-scale precision. Here, the robot is selecting individual electrode threads and placing them into the brain in the pre-planned location with remarkable accuracy and repeatability. When you think of traditional neurosurgery, you probably think of something very invasive. Traditional surgery on the brain isn't something that patients ever look forward to or are excited about, except in the most dire circumstances. Usually a clamp is attached to the skull to keep it rigidly immobilized to the operating table. We often shave all or most of the patient's hair. Patients can end up with large visible scars. At Neuralink, we want to create an entirely different patient experience, something more like LASIK. We even want this to be possible under conscious sedation. That means you can get rid of the complexity and the risk of general anesthesia, as well as many of the unpleasant side effects, nausea, sore throat from a breathing tube. But our aim is to simplify the procedure, down to the injection of local anesthetic, a very small opening in the skin, a painless opening in the skull below, quick and precise placement of threads into the cortex, and then we fill that hole in the skull with the sensor, allowing the scalp to be closed up over it.
But there's no reason in principle that we can't reach all of motor cortex. And that would give us access to any movement that a person thinks about, any movement at all. A person could imagine running or dancing or even kung fu, and we would be able to decode that signal. What Neuralink wants to do to get better access to that information, both to repair broken brain circuits and also to ultimately give us better access to better connections to the world, to each other, and to ourselves. Thank you.
Global AI will require a new kind of computer, a quantum computer. Jordy Rose is the founder of D-Wave, makers of the world's first commercially available quantum computer. Here, he explains the connection between AI and quantum computing.
Jordy, I don't understand much about quantum computing except that it's supposed to be the next big thing in power and in speed, and that you are the only company in the world now actually making one. These are really big deals. They come in at about $15 or $20 million a piece.
Something like that.
And have been bought by major American research and corporation.
That's right, correct.
All right, Jordy.
Thank you. Bye, everybody. So quantum computing is a very technical subject, and I'm not going to talk a lot about the specific details, of which I'm glad. Sure you're glad. There are literally tens of thousands of some of the brightest people in the world today trying to build these machines and understand them. And I'm going to tell you why. In my last 15 years of working on this type of stuff, I found that scientists divide up into two categories of zealots about this field. The first half are people who are absolutely entranced by the physics of these things. This quote is from a respectable scientist, in fact, one of the founders of this field, that may look a little strange to you who don't follow theoretical physics, but there is a very clear prediction that our most successful theory of nature makes, and that is that there are an enormous number, mind-bogglingly large number, of parallel realities. But science has reached the point now where we can build machines that exploit those other worlds. And quantum computers are perhaps the most exciting of all of these that we have within, or almost within our grasp right now. So people from a physics background love this. There's another type of person who tends to come from the computer science side that's like, yeah, okay, that's all great. But there's a different thing going on here, which is just as exciting, if not more, and that these machines that supposedly can do this wild stuff, let's forget about how they work, if you could build one, could solve problems that you could never, ever solve with any computer of the sort that we built. If you took every single atom of silicon in the world and made the most sophisticated conventional Intel-style processor that you could build, there are problems we know of that I could write down on a sheet of paper that you could never, ever, ever solve with that thing, that you could with this kind of machine. So that's very exciting. So you may think, well, this is all fine and dandy, but aren't these things in the realm of theory and speculation kind of in the same regime as other futuristic things you may have heard of which may be allowed by the laws of physics but aren't here yet? That's not true. There are, in fact, many of these machines deployed now in openly available research centers following the model that was used to introduce supercomputers to the world. They're not terrifically powerful yet, but they're doing something completely different than what your computer does. And that thing is like flight. It gives these computers access to these new resources, maybe you could call them parallel universes, in order to do something that you couldn't otherwise do. And that's not the only one. In fact, the one I'm going to come back to and talk to in the context of the story that I'm wrapping this in was recently installed at NASA. And Google was the primary interested party that pulled this whole thing together. And this one is really exciting to me because what they're going to do is apply this machine to an area that I think is fundamentally important. It's a crux of our future as humans, and that's, can we build machines like us? So building machines like us might be possible. I certainly believe it is. I might be wrong. But what I do know is that the types of approaches that people are taking now to build intelligent machines benefit immensely from what this machine that we've built does best. So what this center is about is applying this beautiful new computational idea in the service of trying to make intelligent machines. Now, I can't think of anything personally any cooler than trying to use quantum computers to build intelligent machines, so this is very exciting to me. Steve Jurvetson has been a longtime friend and investor in the company, and for those of you who don't know him, he's a Silicon Valley investor who's probably the smartest VC that I know of, and certainly the one that's the most attuned to technological trends. He's on the board of SpaceX, Tesla, Synthetic Genomics, which is Craig Venter's company that's trying to build artificial life, and D-Wave. And that's it. And this is his particularly poetic way of framing the difference between the machines we build and conventional computers. This is what they look like. There are two of them. These are from our lab in Burnaby in British Columbia. From the outside, they look like giant black monoliths, big metal boxes, about 10 feet on a side, 12 feet tall. And they are powered, they have a fridge inside them, a refrigerator that cools these chips to almost absolute zero. Just a wisp, a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. Hundreds of times colder than interstellar space. Amongst the coldest and most isolated and extreme conditions that humans have ever been able to engineer. These fridges, interestingly enough, which are called pulse tube dilution refrigerators, have a thing called a pulse tube, which emits a sound roughly once per second, which sounds eerily like a heartbeat. So if you have the opportunity to stand next to one of these machines, it is an awe-inspiring thing, at least for me. It feels like an altar to an alien god. They really are impressive machines. I believe that humanity is on the cusp of the most important technological, societal revolution that's ever occurred. And that's when we got to the point where the machines that we build outpace us in every respect. I don't mean that they're better calculators. I don't mean that they're better at searching. I mean everything. And I think that we're very close. And my prediction is that within 15 years, we will have machines that outpace humans in everything.
February 2019, D-Wave announced their next-generation Pegasus quantum processor chip, calling it the world's most connected commercial quantum system. It will be available in 2020. Now, another excerpt from Eliyahu Ben David, Prepare for the World of 2030, dated March 7, 2016.
This language just really gets me because it sounds like some kind of a preacher or something. It says, what kind of sensation would you experience when your brain is directly connected to the global hive mind? Sublime amplification, cognitive ecstasy, and new horizons of perception, expanded consciousness, and the end of suffering from our human condition. We're rapidly approaching a pivotal moment in our history, as many scientists call singularity, transcendence, or omega point, when we may become so much more. And one version of it, singular planetary consciousness. So this is their idea, I think, of heaven. A singular planetary consciousness.
Global hive mind? Surely that is not possible with over 3 billion people having no internet access. That problem is being solved by, you guessed it, 2030.
On the 24th of May, SpaceX launched a Falcon 9 rocket filled with 60 satellites into space. This marked the beginning of their ambitious new project called Starlink, which aims to provide high-quality broadband internet to the most isolated parts of the planet, while also providing low-latency connectivity to already well-connected cities. SpaceX aimed to make their broadband as accessible as possible, claiming that anyone will be able to connect to their network if they buy the pizza box-sized antenna, which SpaceX is developing themselves. This launch of 60 satellites was just the first of many. SpaceX has 12,000 satellites planned for launch over the next decade, dramatically increasing the total amount of spacecraft around Earth's orbit. This will cost SpaceX billions of dollars, so they must have a good reason for doing so.
Elon Musk is working to revolutionize the internet by building a global communication system that will blanket the world in Wi-Fi. He plans to send a mega constellation of nearly 12,000 satellites into outer space, which will orbit above Earth and provide internet connectivity to the surface below.
You could be in a jungle in South America, and if you had just an internet link somehow, you'd have access to all of humanity's information. So it would actually effectively create a superorganism,
While satellite internet has been around for a while, the ones currently sitting in space are 22,000 miles high over the equator, and with a distance that long, it has meant connectivity for us Earthlings are unreliable and slow.
And I thought the internet would be something that would dramatically affect the future of humanity. It would be like acquiring a nervous system, and whereas previously communication would have to occur almost by osmosis.
And if Musk manages to meet his goal, the new initiative could give the world internet speeds that are around 40 times faster than what we're experiencing now, and it won't matter whether you're in the middle of a city or deep in the Amazon jungle. But with all this potential for a faster way for the world to communicate, it's perhaps no wonder that the competition from rival companies is heating up. SpaceX has so far managed to keep Starlink's technology from its research and development to serious mass production under wraps. But the Federal Communications Commission, or the FCC, has also approved requests from the likes of OneWeb, Telesat and Amazon to establish big satellite internet constellations of their own.
Just about half the world has limited to no communications at all. And OneWeb is designed, it's a big project, but OneWeb is designed to bring internet access right to the places in the most rural of environments. High-speed internet access, 50 megabits per second, 30 milliseconds latency. So it's identical to a cable modem without being constrained to having to live in the city.
It's not known yet just how much it will cost people to use the Starlink network. But Musk has previously said it's likely to be a relatively cheap way for 3 billion people who don't already have internet access to get online.
The global elite are pulling out all the stops to make all of this happen in time for the 2030 agenda. But why? What do they have to gain from making all humanity into a global hive mind?
No, this alien's not rocketing through space. It will be born right here on Earth, a sentient AI that will emerge in a research lab at Google or Facebook or a top university. How do I know it will emerge? I know because I have billions of neurons in my head. And I know that research labs are spending billions of dollars creating artificial brains composed of billions of artificial neurons. Mother Nature has already proven that this approach works. It will happen. An alien will arrive, and it will be smarter than us. And when that happens, it'll be our next big evolutionary pressure point, one that again requires us to get smarter, much smarter, or lose our position as the top intelligence in our environment. I know there are those who say we just need to be careful, and we can prevent this alien from ever hatching in a lab. There are others who say we just need to put controls in place to be sure that this alien is helpful and friendly, eager to do our bidding. But honestly, we humans have a pretty bad track record for containing dangerous technologies. So what do we do? Personally, I've been worried about this problem for 25 years, ever since I took my very first course on artificial neural networks back in grad school. And for a long time, I didn't think there was a solution. It turns out the answer goes all the way back to the birds and the bees, and fish and ants. All of these creatures have evolved methods of amplifying their intelligence by thinking together in systems. It's why birds flock, and fish school, and bees swarm. They're smarter together than alone. No, I'm not talking about crowdsourcing like we humans do by taking votes and polls and surveys. I'm talking about forming systems, real-time systems, with feedback loops so deeply interconnected that a new intelligence forms, an emergent intelligence with its own personality and intellect. I'm talking about forming a hive mind, which is why I asked myself a big question. Why can't we humans amplify our intelligence now? If birds and bees and fish can form a brain of brains, why can't people do it? That's what I wanted to know. So a few years ago, I founded a unique artificial intelligence company called Unanimous AI. We build hive minds. So let me show you what we've been up to. This is a natural swarm. And over the last few years, we've been modeling how swarms like this amplify the intelligence of groups. And we've been using those models to create the algorithms and interfaces to allow humans to form similar swarms online. This is a human swarm. It's about 100 people all working together to move that glass puck. Each of the little magnets you see is controlled by a person logged in from somewhere around the world. By moving their magnets, they're varying their opinions in real time, pushing and pulling on the system in much the same way that honeybees do by waggle dancing. So how can a swarm like this answer questions? Let me give you some examples. Last year, CBS Interactive challenged us to predict the Kentucky Derby. And not just the winner, the first 4 horses in order. In horse racing, that's called the superfecta, and last year it went off at 540 to 1 odds. Now, we didn't know anything about horse racing. We had never done anything like this before, but we were game, so we formed a swarm of 20 horse racing enthusiasts. Not experts, just enthusiasts, and we had them think together as a system to predict the winners of the race. So here's a swarm predicting the first place finisher, Nyquist. We did the same thing for second place, third place, fourth place, and then the reporter wrote a story and published the results. She even went to the Kentucky Derby, placed a bet on the superfecta, and tweeted out her ticket, which put some pressure on us. So how did we do? We nailed it. And anybody who had placed a $20 bet, thank you. The long-term potential is likely much greater. After all, if a swarm of bees can solve complex problems that would challenge a human brain, a swarm of humans should be able to solve problems that we can't even conceive. We should be able to form a true superintelligence. And because the building blocks are people, tapping not just our knowledge, but our values and morals and sensibilities, the resulting superintelligence will not be alien. It will be human, just smarter and wiser. So the next time somebody uses the phrase hive mind as a negative, remember this: if honeybees could observe how we humans make big group decisions, like electing our leaders, or resolving our conflicts, or planning for our future, they might think we're the primitive ones, but not for long.
Now, another excerpt from Eliyahu ben David, Prepare for the World of 2030, dated March 7th, 2016.
This reminds me of Revelation 14:11. They have no rest day and night, those who worship the beast in his image, and whoever receives the mark of his name. We've talked about the mark as being involved with the commercial system in the one world government. And indeed it is, the scriptures tell us that. But what if it's more than that? What if receiving the mark is actually an irreversible entry point into the singularity? In other words, you receive the mark so that you can become one of them. And then your mind becomes part of the global hive mind of the beast. We're rapidly approaching that pivotal moment, it tells us. Could what they call the singularity and what the scriptures talk about with the mark of the beast actually be talking about the same thing, but from a different perspective? And you see, what a trick. Because what they're looking for out of this is ecstasy, right? Transcendence. Becoming part of the universal whole, the force, or whatever. But what mind is it that they're actually going to be tapping into and becoming a part of? This is the mind of the Antichrist. What kind of mind does he have? Ultimate evil, ultimate torment. When it talks about no rest day or night, Could that not actually explain the experience one would have once they were connected brain to brain with the Antichrist and all of his supporters in the world? Would that not also explain why, once a person had accepted the mark, they were eternally damned? Because they would have left their humanity behind in order to do this. And if you're not a human, you can't be saved. The Son of Man died for human beings, not for post-human beings, not for robots. And so in leaving the humanity behind and spurning their Creator and joining with this hive mind, giving up their human spirit, they're giving up any chance, any hope of eternal salvation. Exactly what they're going for, right? Immortality is what they're going to lose. The new creature in Yeshua Messiah. The scripture says, therefore, if anyone is in Messiah, he is a new creation. The old things have passed away. Behold, all things have become new. This is who we are. We're not always in touch with this truth, that we are a new creature. And you know what we need? Some consciousness raising, right? We need to become more aware of the fact that in Messiah we are a new creature. And as a new creature in Messiah, we are equipped with everything we need to handle that whole cadre of freaky bad boys we were looking at. It says here in Revelation, the beast and his hordes will war against the Lamb, and the Lamb will overcome them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings. They also will overcome who are with him, called and chosen and faithful. We don't have to be afraid of those guys. We don't have to be afraid of the beast and the hive mind, because we're new creatures in Yeshua Messiah. We have everything we need to overcome. And that whole godless world will be overcome by Messiah and the overcomers at his side. This is the promise. He who overcomes will be arrayed in white garments, and I will in no way blot his name out of the book of life. And I will confess his name before my Father and before his angels. This is the promise to the overcomers. So, you see, we have quite a dichotomy coming up, don't we? We have this whole crazy world ahead of us. Now, is this not really crazier than any science fiction movie could ever be? When you look at this, this is where the demonic forces and the elite people of this world are taking us to. They're taking us to this. But Yahweh is going to use this to glorify himself, to exercise justice against evil, and to save the righteous. And to save the earth from these people. Now you might think, that picture of that knight, he looks so noble and strong and powerful. That's not me, though. I'm not that powerful. I get kind of a pot belly. I don't see how I could really deal with those kind of things we were talking about. Well, like I say, this is where we need an awareness to come upon us. You know, Paul saw where we were headed. And he had around him believers who were not perfect. In fact, a lot of them really didn't have the full understanding of who they were. And interestingly, he didn't scold them about it. He didn't grab their shirt and shake them and say, "Why don't you know who you are?" You know what he did? He prayed for them. And this is his prayer. And as I read this, I know he's praying for me. He's praying for you. And we can pray along with him as we hear what he says. He says, "For this cause I bow my knees to the Father of our Lord Yeshua, the Messiah, that he would grant you, according to the riches of his glory, that you may be strengthened with power through his Spirit in the inward man, that Messiah may dwell in your hearts through faith." You see, when you see this knight here, looks powerful, noble. He's got his armor on. He's ready for the battle. That doesn't have to be you on the outside. That can be your inward man. You know, you can be kind of like Yoda, right? Remember that in the movies? Get this little green guy who doesn't look like he could do anything, and it turns out he's got all this power because it comes from inside. Well, that's true for believers. That's just a story about Yoda. This is true for believers. On the outside, you may seem to be wasting away. You might have physical problems, troubles in your life. You might have foibles and weaknesses. But you can be powerful in the Spirit, in your inward man. And that is where you need to have the power in order to deal with the things that are coming. And it says that Messiah may dwell in your hearts through faith. You see, you might not think you're powerful. How about if you have Messiah himself living in your heart? How powerful is he? How wise is he? He's all powerful and all wise. If he's living in your heart, you can call on that at any time you need. How much more power do you need? The prayer goes on, to the end that you, being rooted and grounded in love, may be strengthened. We'll just stop right there. Rooted and grounded in love. What does that mean? Rooted and grounded. That's your foundation, right? If you're rooted and grounded in love, everything surrounding you is his love. If you are totally surrounded in his love, if that is your foundation, what can touch you? Grounded, rooted in love. What a protection that is for us. That he may be strengthened to comprehend with all the holy ones what is the depth and length and height and depth, and to know Messiah's love, which surpasses knowledge, that you may be filled with all the fullness of God. You know, it's interesting that the world of the elite is all about knowledge, isn't it? It's all about knowing everything. And I'll tell you why, because that's the most they can do, is know everything that they can uncover to know. But I'll tell you what they don't know. They don't know the love of Yeshua Messiah. Because you can't know that as data, right? To know the love of Messiah, this is a love that surpasses knowledge. It's on a whole higher plane than knowledge. No post-human is ever going to know anything about the love of Messiah. It is outside and beyond what you can know that way. You can have that right now. You can walk in that. You can live in that love right now because you've got that love. All you need to do is trust it, right? Trust Him. Believe Him from day to day, and you can experience that love. And the great thing about it is when you're filled with that love, you're filled with all the fullness of God. You know, a cyborg, come on. You'll be tromping over those guys before breakfast. Filled with all the fullness of God. Now, to Him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or think, according to the power that works in us. What power is that? What power is that? That's resurrection power. Resurrection power. It lives inside of you. I don't care if you're 95 years old. If you belong to Yeshua Messiah, you've got resurrection power. Even the grave can't stop you. So don't be afraid of this world. Don't be afraid of what the enemy can throw against you. You are ready for anything he can throw against you, if only you will believe in who you are and what you've got. To Him be the glory in the assembly and in Messiah Yeshua to all generations forever and ever. And I might add, even unto the final generation. I'm stoked. I'm encouraged. I'm excited to face the world of 2030. And I hope you are too.
Hello, this is Judah. Eliyahu, my dad, and I worked on this presentation together. The day after the excerpt from March 7th, 2016 message you just heard, the speaker died. That next day, the speaker, Eliyahu ben David, suffered a widowmaker heart attack and died on the table in the hospital under the care of a state-of-the-art cardiac team. Eliyahu's blood was literally congealing in his veins. The lead doctor of the cardiac team later said it was beyond his expertise and the latest technology to revive Eliyahu, saying he could not take credit for the amazing recovery from death. Eliyahu says that's where the resurrection life within him kicked in, bringing him back to life again. He says this proves everything he had said the day before about the power of the new creation and resurrection life in Messiah that you have just heard. 1 week later, Eliyahu was recorded on video explaining his amazing experience. You can find the video report at zion.org, tsion.org.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.
Tonight we want to talk about liberty. Liberty is something we all have. And it's something that is imparted to us from our Father in heaven. Yet sometimes we aren't able to fully enjoy our liberty because others want to steal it from us. And then it becomes a lot more difficult. It's wonderful to live in a land that acknowledges and honors liberty. I live in the United States of America. Recently, there's been talk about America. Is it somehow exceptional? And many people say that it's not any more exceptional than any other country. That may be true today. If it is true today, it was not always true. Something that is very exceptional about America, the United States, is that it was formed on the basis of true liberty. Now, after some 240 years, we live in the time when we are seeing that liberty being undermined and soon to be destroyed. It's been betrayed. Let's look a little bit about that. This is Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, called the birthplace of American liberty. And indeed, it goes back a long time. The Declaration of Independence was adopted there on July 4th of 1776. It's said that the design of the American flag was agreed upon there at Independence Hall. The Articles of Confederation were adopted there in 1781, and the Constitution of the United States was drafted and signed there at Independence Hall in 1787. At Independence Hall, we find the Liberty Bell. This bell was ordered in 1751, before the United States was a country, by the Pennsylvania Assembly for use in the Pennsylvania State House. It's called the Liberty Bell because it proclaims liberty. It's from Leviticus 25:10. Inscribed on the bell, it says, "Proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof." Now realize those people, those first Americans, did not invent liberty. When they wrote the Declaration of Independence there in Independence Hall, and then when they followed that up with the Constitution of the United States, they were not inventing something new. They were inspired by the liberty found in the Scriptures. This was something new in the world. You know, the world has been dark with tyranny for millennia. People, for the most part, have not been able to enjoy freedom through most of human history. So, this verse in Leviticus, proclaiming liberty for all the inhabitants, was a radical idea. And realize that idea was in the Scriptures almost 4,000 years ago. There was only one free people in the whole world. That was the people of Yahweh, the people of Israel. The rest of the world was dark with tyranny. There can be no liberty. There can be no freedom apart from our Creator and His precious, precious Word. And great Americans have known that and relied upon it from the beginning of this country, and that had a lot to do with shaping the freedoms that those first Americans enjoyed and that are crystallized in the Constitution of the United States. For instance, imagine this: the first Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. He said this: "The Bible is the best of all books, for it is the Word of God and teaches us the way to be happy in this world and in the next. Continue, therefore, to read it and to regulate your life by its precepts." Can you imagine having a Chief Justice of the United States telling Americans to base their lives on the Bible? That idea seems so strange today, but it was not strange for the first Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. This is what the first Americans believed. Or how about Andrew Jackson, President of the United States? He said, "The Bible is the rock on which our republic rests." Are you starting to see what was unique about the United States of America, the freedom embodied in the Constitution of the United States comes directly from the pages of the Scriptures. How about James Madison, one of the framers of the Constitution? Listen to this. We have staked the whole future of our new nation not upon the power of government. Far from it. We have staked the future of all our political constitutions upon the capacity of each of ourselves to govern ourselves according to the moral principles of the 10 Commandments. Isn't that amazing? President Thomas Jefferson is quoted as saying this, as inscribed at the Jefferson Memorial. God, who gave us life, gave us liberty. Can the liberties of a nation be secure when we have removed a conviction that these liberties are the gift of God? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever. We have a legal doctrine in America that was used through part of the 20th century and is used today, called separation of church and state. And this legal doctrine has been put forth to say that the Bible and the teachings of the Bible are not involved in the governing principles of the United States. But when we actually look at what the founding fathers of the country said, when we actually look at the documents, what we find is that if you remove the Scriptures from the Constitution of the United States, you have gutted liberty out of this country. That's what Thomas Jefferson was saying. Why is that true? Well, today we really have two paradigms. We have the paradigm that was the cornerstone of American liberty. It was the belief from the Scriptures that man is created in the image of his Creator, with the capacities and the abilities and the freedoms given to him by his Creator, called in the Constitution unalienable rights. Freedom. In that Constitution, it says that all men are created equal. And of course, the very word created tells you it's talking about a creator that has given us these rights. So according to the Constitution of the United States, a completely unique document among the family of mankind today. The rights that we enjoy, the freedom, the liberty embodied in the Constitution does not come from the Constitution. It does not come from the government. It comes from our Creator. And therefore, not even the government has a right to take that liberty from us. By contrast, in the 20th century, a new paradigm arose. It's the paradigm of evolution. According to that paradigm, man is really just another animal. Man does not have a creator. Man came about by chance. And we have advanced along the path of evolution through survival of the fittest. In other words, the fiercest, most ruthless creature is the one that survived. Yet somehow we arrived at this idea of having human rights. Now, those two ideas are really opposite ideas. If you're just an animal, like every other animal, how do you have some special rights? And I'm telling you, that's where this is going. Eventually, we're all going to think just like Buddhists who believe that a fly has just as much rights as a human being. That's what comes out of the idea of evolution. However, survival of the fittest implies that the elite have the right to rule because they are the most fit, they have the most power, they have the most resources, so therefore they should rule over the rest of us. That is the real message of evolution. That is the message of despotism, totalitarianism, that is at work in our world, that is trying to push out freedom, that is trying to take away liberty from the God-given rights of individuals, replace them with something called human rights, which are granted by the state and which can be taken away just as quickly. This is where we are at. This is the shell game that is being done right now to steal our God-given rights from us and to substitute it with something like the porridge that was given to Esau. I am not buying that. This is the law of the jungle, where the strongest dominate. This is what is truly dominating the world today. And this is what is threatening liberty. And what has come out of this paradigm? $50 million abortions since abortion was legalized by the Supreme Court of the United States. Survival of the fittest, right? Bible reading and recitation of the Lord's Prayer in school has long since been ruled unconstitutional. Now, how is that possible when you read the things that the forefathers actually said about the Bible, where the first Supreme Court justice told us to read it every day, but you can't read it in school? And then, of course, we've seen in courthouses all across the United States the 10 Commandments, which one of our first presidents told us is the foundation of our behavior in this country. Those 10 Commandments have been removed from the courthouses in America. And as if all of that is not enough, recently, a year ago, the Supreme Court said that behavior, which is condemned in the Scriptures, which has been known to be evil since the beginning of time, is now a human right that we all must observe. So we are in a country where license to offend God is considered liberty, but it is not liberty, it is sin. With all of this having happened in this country, what is to become of liberty? Where there is no God, there can be no liberty. Where there are no scriptures, there can be no foundation for true liberty. So liberty is in danger very soon, being totally stamped out of this country. Well, you might say, that's not true because we're a democracy. But if you knew your American history, you would know that this country was not founded to be a democracy. It was founded to be a republic where certain things were held to be true by every person, things that could not be voted upon, like the Ten Commandments. But since around the middle of the 20th century, we have heard this more and more, that America is defending democracy in the world. And many of us have come to think that's a good thing. And to the extent that it protects freedom, it's better than totalitarianism. But Thomas Jefferson and the other founders specifically rejected democracy. And why did they do that? Thomas Jefferson said a democracy is nothing more than mob rule, where 51% of the people may take away the rights of the other 49%. You see, as the population sinks more and more into degradation and moral decay, democracy will drag the country down more and more toward chaos and misery. Now, this is not new. Plato actually talked about democracy. He said, dictatorship naturally arises out of democracy, and the most aggravated form of tyranny and slavery out of the most extreme liberty. A study of history will show you wherever democracy has been practiced, it has always sunk into totalitarianism. Every time. And it's happening again. We have this example of democracy. 2 wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. You know, it's funny, except as we see this come about in this country, it's not going to be funny for Bible believers. Without the Bible as the divine standard to govern society, right and wrong are decided by the majority. And you know, the scriptures tell us the majority are always wrong. So where can that lead us? We, friends, are really in trouble in America. And I bring this up talking to our global audience because the downfall of freedom in America is going to mean the downfall of freedom in all the rest of the world. And so this is deadly serious to us all. Now, lately, people have seen this coming. Not everybody, but some people have been awake to what is going on. And they have started to try to take action to preserve liberty. For example, the recent Brexit vote of Britain to exit the European Union. This was a move to try and retain more personal liberty in Britain. Of course, in Europe and in America, there are political movements now that are seeking to conserve what liberty we have and even to try and turn things back around. This is not favored by the elite. For example, in this particular article, one of the elite, James Traub, has an article entitled, "It's Time for the Elites to Rise Up Against the Ignorant Masses." That's telling you what they really think about you, friends. You're just the ignorant masses. And he sees the solution to this move towards more liberty as the establishment political parties combining forces to keep out the nationalists. So there is a war right now between specifically Bible-believing people who believe in liberty that is rooted in the Scriptures and the elite that see you as part of the ignorant masses that they want to control for their own benefit. They have resources. And trust me, they have an arsenal to fight against the light of liberty in the world. Now, I have a video about this, and I want to share it.
And again, the establishment, which now hates democracy, viscerally hates democracy, wants to use the EU as a model for spreading effectively dictatorship worldwide. At the moment, according to the House of Commons Library, which has just done a survey, 3 laws in 5 that are made for us by our Parliament in the United Kingdom are in fact only made because Brussels says we must make those laws. Wow. These laws are being enacted because the European Union's commissars, 28 unelected people who meet behind closed doors, have issued what is revealingly called a directive, which we are then obliged, under pain of unlimited and continuing fines, to enact into law in the United Kingdom. That is how far from democracy we are. Now, you may say, oh, but I've heard of a thing called the European Parliament. Well, don't imagine that that is anything like a parliament. It is a fig leaf to cover the naked dictatorship behind. And this parliament cannot even bring forward a bill. Can you imagine if the United States had set up a constitution whereby the Congress was not allowed in either house ever to bring forward any new legislation? Yet the Constitution of Europe is that the supreme law of Europe is proposed behind closed doors by the 28 commissars, is drafted behind closed doors by a committee called the Council of Ministers, which doesn't actually have any ministers on it. It's entirely bureaucrats. There's also a rather shadowy group called the Council of Permanent Representatives, another lot of bureaucrats that have their say. Then and only then it goes to the European Parliament. And of course, if right at the outset the commissars have decided to veto whatever law it was, then the European Parliament doesn't get its say at all. So this is an entirely anti-democratic constitution. In fact, it's very like the Soviet constitution on which it was modeled. And all that's happened is the Soviet constitution has moved westward, and we are now effectively the European Supreme Soviet. And it is dragging all of us down with exactly this kind of bureaucratic mishmash of controls and regulations run by people we can't elect and can't remove that you talk of in the transatlantic trade partnership system. And what is happening here is that people like Mr. Obama, who have realized that communism is no longer popular, but who want to build in perma-communism into whatever they do, have discovered that if they make international treaties, either bilateral or multilateral, it doesn't very much matter, under your constitution, those treaties have the force of supreme law in the United States. And they can't be repealed unilaterally as your own laws can. That's the difference. And what is more, all the powers that are transferred, whether it be to the Transatlantic Trade Partnership, whether it be to the European Stability Pact, the European Union, the World Bank, the World Law of the Sea Conference, it doesn't matter which of these entities it is, the UN is another one, There are a growing number of them, all of them very expensive. Not one of these supranational or global bodies has its governing council elected by us, the people of the states parties to the treaties that set those bodies up. So every time you transfer power from elected hands in the democracies to a global or supranational organization, you're transferring it from elected to unelected hands every time. So every time somebody says, oh, we've got a new wonderful treaty, you will know with a terrible certainty that another large piece of your democracy has been sliced away like a piece of salami. And this is the intention of the left now, is to govern entirely by dictatorship. And so far has it gone that, to give you an example, which is being mirrored in the transatlantic trade partnership, which is why I mention it to you in America too, is that the European Stability Pact, to which Britain doesn't belong because we're not part of the failing euro currency zone, but the regulations, that the treaty that sets up that pact creates a governing council which can, at will, whenever it likes, call upon any of the member states of that group, the European Stability Pact, for unlimited amounts of money. And what is more, the people who are on this governing council, who are of course elected by nobody, they're so unaccountable that even if they decided to take the money and run off with it and put it into their bank accounts in the Cayman Islands or Switzerland or Belgium, which is now becoming one of the biggest money laundering centers in the world, then the Stability Pact terms say that those people cannot be prosecuted and they cannot be sued in any civil court either. They are completely immune. They have absolute financial power over all the countries that belong to that treaty, absolute power. And even if they choose to exercise that power criminally, nobody can do anything to stop them.
There's so much in that little clip. And the truth is, it's all true. And what it shows us is how right Thomas Jefferson and the other founding fathers in America were to decide that America would not be a democracy. Because a democracy is so easy for the elite to undermine and take over. Basically, that's what you see in the European Union. They have a veneer that looks like democracy, something called a parliament that has absolutely no power whatsoever. And all the people that are running the EU are behind the scenes. You don't even know their names. They are the elite. And they are the ones that are controlling Europe and a good part of the rest of the world. And this is considered a model for the UN, for the coming one world government. As a matter of fact, you would think with Britain voting to leave the EU, other countries in Europe also having similar movements coming up, that the EU now would be saying, oh, we're going to reform, we're going to become more open and transparent, we're going to listen to the people. No, that's not what's happening. What they're talking about now is crystallizing the EU even more into a super state, like the Soviet Union. And along with that, they want their own army, one army, controlled by all of the EU. It is a nightmare. Lord Monckton mentioned about the power of international trade agreements. These international trade agreements are being used by the globalist elite to entrap countries of the world into the global governance scheme. And America is well along down this line. One of the important things that Lord Monckton mentioned, which is true, is that all nations, including the United States, that enter into international treaties, those treaties then have a status above the law within the country. And this is very dire for people who love freedom because they don't get to say anything about it. Those treaties get made. In many cases, they never even know what's in them, and they totally change the lives of people who are involved in those treaties. They advance the globalist agenda, and they steal freedom. Now, let me give you some examples of what I'm talking about. We often hear from Donald Trump. He talks about trade a lot and globalization and how free trade is a job killer and steals jobs away from America. Maybe you've heard some of this. Maybe you've seen it on TV. But this is exactly what has happened. 20 years ago, NAFTA was enacted into law. It is a trade agreement between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And what has it led to in those 20 years? A staggering $188 billion trade deficit for the United States. The loss of at least 1 million jobs that have left the United States, most of which have gone to Mexico. So it has meant income inequality, displacement for many Americans, and of course, a huge amount of immigration from Mexico into America. Well, has this been good for the people of America? Whole manufacturing sectors in America have been shut down by NAFTA. However, we see the leaders of these countries continuing to push NAFTA. For instance, just recently, the Mexican president urged North American integration. That was his response to the British exiting the EU. He's saying the United States, Canada, and Mexico must become like the EU. This, of course, has been a globalist plan for some time. This is called the North American Union. You know, it used to be, when people would talk about this, that they would be called conspiracy theorists. Now, it's right in Yahoo News, coming from the lips of the president of Mexico. Recently, the presidents of the three countries met in Canada. And this article tells us North America leaders mount strong defense of trade despite threats. The threats it's talking about are the threat that Donald Trump might try to reverse NAFTA. And the important thing here, President Obama said this: the integration of national economies into a global economy, that's here, that's done. Obama told a news conference at the end of a summit dubbed the Three Amigos. Let that sink in. The integration of national economies into a global economy is here. It's done. You see, this is how far globalism has progressed. On this level of trade, there already is one world government. And it's structured through the use of all of these treaties. Here's a map I found of this on Wikipedia. Global economic integration via multilateral treaties. Well, you might wonder, okay, but these are trade treaties. How can these take our liberty away from us? Well, a lot of our liberty depends on economic factors. So that's one reason. But here, where the three amigos were talking together, we noticed on the screen, leaders agree on environmental pact, LGBTQ rights. Now, they're supposed to be talking about trade agreements, but they're talking about an environmental pact and LGBTQ rights. Why is that? It's because if it's an international treaty, then it's binding on the United States without anybody voting on it. This is why in America we are having a lot of weird stuff that is being pushed down our throats. And it's being disguised as if somehow it arises from American law. But it is, in fact, entirely alien to American law. It's being pushed down our throats in the same way that EU law is pushed down the throats of the United Kingdom because of international treaties. Things that shouldn't be in trade treaties, such as things having to do with morals and human rights, are being included in those treaties to make them binding upon Americans and people of other countries. This is what is actually happening. This is how the globalist government is even right now being imposed upon America, and how our liberties are being betrayed by our leaders of this country, traitors to the Constitution of the United States of America and everything that this country was founded upon. If you don't believe me, look at this. This is put out by the United Nations, entitled The World Trade Organization and Global Governance. The booklet basically explains how to use trade to govern the world. They are way farther ahead on all of this than the average American could even imagine. A few people understand it. You see here a protester. Free trade is corporate tyranny. And of course, that's what's behind it all, isn't it? The big money, the elite, taking over the world. The man behind the curtain that you don't see, controlling our elected leaders and stealing our liberty. Here's a new organization, relatively new, GIFTA. Transformations in Global Governance, Integration via Free Trade Agreements. You get it? It's a conspiracy. It really is. A conspiracy to integrate the nations of the world without you or I even seeing what's really going on, thinking that our nation is not being changed where we live, and actually all the while we're being tied into this one world government, and the noose is being tightened tighter and tighter as our liberties are being stolen from us. What is happening is a lot like the Wizard of Oz. Remember that big scary wizard? What happened when little Toto pulled back the curtain? Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. we found out there was just a fallible human being who was doing it all. Very similar to what President Obama recently said. They'll warn that tyranny is always lurking just around the corner. You should reject those voices. Pay no attention to those people stealing your liberty. So who is it behind the curtain? Well, if we want to put a face on it, and it's not just one man, it's the globalists, but you could put the face on it of George Soros. And so we want to talk about him. He gave $1 million to Barack Obama's super PAC. Not a lot of money for him because he's a super billionaire. But nevertheless, certainly enough for President Obama to owe him. And not only did he give money directly to Obama's election, but also he backed the progressive agenda of the Democratic Party with $159 million. Think about that a minute. $159 million. That's a lot of money to spread around Washington, isn't it? Agenda supporters were linked to at least $159 million in donations or political contributions from wealthy backer George Soros for the new far-left progressive agenda. You wonder why things are changing so rapidly in America? Do you think all of this money could have anything to do with it? The Blaze kind of represented it like this. Who's really in charge? Well, it's not just President Obama that has received this money. Hillary Clinton has received at least $8 million, not to mention PACs supporting her election, much more money, and realized that Soros is tied into a whole network of people like him, whom he directs their money into all of this too. So, what we're seeing is the march of Hillary. It doesn't matter how many scandals there are. It doesn't matter even if she's responsible for giving away secrets of the United States. None of that matters because she has the support of the elite. And even where anybody who reads the law and listens to the statement of the FBI director, James Comey, would come to the reasonable conclusion that she broke the law, she was given a pass. It says in the National Review, in essence, in order to give Mrs. Clinton a pass, the FBI rewrote the statute, inserting an intent element that Congress did not require. How is that possible? It certainly isn't possible because our country is governed equally by a rule of law. That would not be possible. As Paul Ryan, the House Speaker, said, it defies explanation, and damage is being done to the rule of law. A common response of the people is, why should I obey the law if our leaders don't have to? So, this is how it is in America today. Let me tell you something, liberty goes along very closely with justice. Where there is no justice, there is no liberty. And justice is gone. From the highest levels of America, it has been bought and paid for by the elite. Many people ask the question, how could Director Comey come to this illogical conclusion? Who would have enough power to actually be able to threaten him? there are parties that could. Well, if we want to know what is behind the growing unrest in the world that is threatening the liberty of the United States and people everywhere, all we really have to do is follow the money. And we will see that the liberty of this country is being sold out for the globalist agenda. Now, we've mentioned George Soros, the man behind the curtain. Here's some news reports about him. This was a rather amazing headline, don't you think? How George Soros single-handedly created the European refugee crisis. Has that affected unrest in the world? Has that increased terrorism? Has that brought death and destruction to many people in the world? The money of George Soros and his friends is behind that. And this article proves that. And it is his organization, Open Society Foundations, that funded all of this. As a matter of fact, one reporter found in 2015 at the Greek island of Lesbos, which I found interesting, the migrant handbooks in Arabic that were being handed out to the migrants, and they basically said, "Welcome to the EU." Now, this was not from the EU, this was from George Soros, basically showing them how they could get welfare, get all kinds of benefits by going into the EU, promoting the migration to Europe. Here's some more that article says. George Soros is almost certainly a catalyst for much of the geopolitical turmoil now occurring. He is intent on destroying national borders and creating a global governance structure with unlimited powers. Do you wonder why we have an open border on our southern border in America, even though terrorism is a major threat and concern? Do you think the fact that that's what George Soros wants could have anything to do with that? Soros sees himself as a missionary carrying out the globalist agenda. He uses his vast political connections to influence government policy and create crisis, both economic and social, to further this agenda. Basically, what happens with George Soros is he bets on the failure of not only companies, but also countries. And then he makes it happen. And then he gets super wealthy from it. So he is a parasite on the world. And he's spreading chaos around the world, getting rich on it, and stealing the liberty of the people and pushing the globalist agenda. Soros funded opposition groups during the so-called Arab Spring revolutions. Do you think people eking out a living in the countries of the Middle East could afford to travel into the big city centers and have demonstrations and challenge the government? Do you think that just happened by itself? That's what the media wanted people to believe, but it could only happen because this all got coked up with money from the globalists and a lot of training too, by the way, from globalist organizations. The Ukraine. Again, something we think, okay, that's just something that happened. No, this was all coked up by George Soros. Billionaire financier George Soros was behind the Ukrainian uprising. He himself admits it. And he applauds the uprising against the Ukrainian police. That's what you see over and over again in these countries where George Soros has been at work, is he instigates groups within the countries against the police, the local police, to cause chaos and to overthrow those countries. He's figured it out. He knows. It's the local police officer that is really holding back the tide. It's the local police officer in every country that is actually dealing with the problems of that country on a personal basis with the people. If he can overturn the local police officer in any country, he can create revolution. And he's done it over and over again. What about Poland? What about Israel and the Palestinians? The fingerprints of George Soros are all over it. These are just some articles I was able to find. What is he doing that none of us know about? Chances are, if there is unrest, he's involved. He uses anarchy to unhinge liberty and to make himself super wealthy in the process and to create a globalist government. It's very interesting that in 2012, George Soros predicted class warfare in America. He said that it was likely for riots to occur in America that could bring a society where individual liberty is much more constrained. And that is what's going to happen, isn't it? As there's more chaos on the streets where police themselves feel under fire. What is going to happen to individual liberty? It will be more suppressed. That is what will happen. He knows it. And he told us in advance. How could he do that? He could do that because he's helped to pay the bill to make it happen. Ferguson, he funded those protests, $33 million. You know, that'll buy a lot of broken windows, a lot of Molotov cocktails, a lot of looting and destruction. His Open Society Foundation was behind much of that. The Baltimore riots, a product of the Soros machine. George Soros has been heavily involved in the social unrest and movement-wrecking activity that has taken place all across the United States in recent months. From Florida to Ferguson and now Baltimore, George Soros foundations have been involved. What he's been doing in America is the same thing he did in the Ukraine, the same thing he did in the Arab Spring and other countries around the world. Just as he sought to collapse those countries, he's seeking to do the same thing to the United States of America. And he's doing it with the blessing of the elite and even establishment figures whom he is funding. Politico magazine reported major donors consider funding Black Lives Matter. All of this was stoked up by George Soros. A meeting of super wealthy elites with leaders of the Black Lives Matter group. This happened last year in 2015. And they formed a club. These people, these wealthy people, they formed a club. Not only to give insane amounts of money to Black Lives Matter, But it says here, the club and some of its members also are considering ways to funnel support directly to scrappier local groups that have utilized confrontational tactics. Confrontational tactics is a more acceptable term for the word violence. Here's another one. Black Lives Matter Ferguson activists were paid with Soros money to protest. So here we are, months later. Exactly when the country is outraged over the lack of justice and liberty in the case of Hillary Clinton. Thinking about that, thinking about what it means, we have this happen. The Black Power shooter shooting 12 police officers in Dallas, 5 of them killed. We're seeing attacks on police officers all over the country, following the pattern as to what has happened with George Soros and the globalists in other countries where countries have been taken down. Just recently, this is the front page of the Drudge Report. It looks like war, doesn't it? Cops targeted across America. Riot watch issued for Louisiana. Panthers target pigs. Hate group urges gangs to kill. Lynch to protesters, don't be discouraged. Now, isn't that amazing? Here's a representative of the current administration in the midst of all of this, basically telling the protesters, keep going with this. And Hillary Clinton calls on whites to change their ways, like she has a right to judge the citizens of America with the things she's done. So here we have unrest in America, and probably worse than that. And in the days leading up to this discussion, what has been going on? Protests. Violent protests. Not the kind of protests like Martin Luther King, that were non-violent protests, where he told the people not to be violent. And where they were protesting visible kinds of discrimination. No, in this case, it's indiscriminate. Officers murdered without even knowing who they are or what they've done. In this case, protesters using fireworks, throwing Molotov cocktails, causing destruction, so that hundreds had to be arrested in various places across the country. Let's not blame them. They're being used. They're being coked up. They're being lied to. And they only represent a small part of their community. Let's look at who's really causing this. These are the people we should be concerned with. George Soros and the elite who are cooking all of this up to steal the liberty away from the United States of America. I put together a little video about some of these events, which I want to share.
To use that in this type of situation.
Again, you'll have to ask the Dallas Police Department about that.
But do you see that kind of remaking any of the guidelines for that type
Dynamic situations in the one that you saw in Dallas are creative, and they have to be dealt with in a creative way.
What was your message to your...
I can't hear you.
What was your message to your officers this morning?
That's between myself and my officers.
There's a vigil coming up this Sunday at San Jacinto Plaza. Does the department have any special plans on?
I'm not revealing that information.
Are you aware of the vigil
Yes,
at San
we
Jacinto
are.
Plaza?
What do you have to say to people who will be protesting out there on Sunday, Black Lives Matters people? What do you have to say to them?
Black Lives Matter, as far as I'm concerned, is a radical hate group. And for that purpose alone, I think the leadership of this country needs to look a little bit harder at that particular group. The consequences of what we saw in Dallas is due to their efforts. Any other question?
Join us right now, somebody we call on at times like this, Milwaukee County Sheriff David Clark. Good morning to you, Sheriff.
Morning.
What are the emotions that you feel waking up this morning, and where are we at in society? Are we experiencing a war on cops?
Yeah, thanks. I said that now going on almost 2 years ago that war had been declared on the American police officer. Probably said it on your program after the two of New York's finest were gunned down in their cruiser by an individual who claimed to be making amends for Mike Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. Some people thought that was a little over the top, and I said war had been declared, but the American police officer knows it has. This is just another ugly chapter in that war.
David, you're obviously looking at, as the sheriff of Milwaukee County, you're looking at these types of situations, a coordinated attack, clearly. Waiting on some sort of mass gathering, coordinated, waiting on a mass gathering of individuals, waiting to gun down police. How can you prepare for something like that? And do you think that we're going to see more of these types of attacks?
Well, I would hope not, but you can't prepare for an ambush like that. We've seen law enforcement officers ambush. One happened not too long ago in Houston. We was just filling up his cruiser with gasoline, and then, like I said, the ones in NYPD. Those aren't the only three, but you can't prepare for that ambush. I mean, we understand the dangers inherent in this sort of work, but when somebody's going to set you up to ambush you, there's really not much you can do.
Let me ask you this. What does it say, though, given the fact that one of the fellow who was cornered and shot himself rather than be taken alive said the end is coming and he's going to try to hurt as many cops as he possibly can?
I don't know what to say to some stupid comment like that. He probably did society a benefit by ending it the way that he did. But going back to President Obama, it's kind of interesting that he said the facts aren't in. He usually is popping off at the mouth before he's been briefed or before he knows any of the facts. Like he did yesterday without any foundation. He talked about racism and disparate treatment and people of color, all this nonsense. Like I said, he's armed with powerful words, and he uses those words irresponsibly. It fuels this sort of anger toward the American police officer, and I wish he'd knock it off. Yesterday, what we got from President Obama was, and this is, there's some aspects, this is the right thing to do. He said, my thoughts and prayers are with the families of the two people who were caught in those tragic situations in Louisiana and Minnesota. But he says nothing today. He's waiting for facts to emerge. He says nothing about condolences, and he won't visit or call any of those families either.
Yeah.
What happened last night was the worst attack on law enforcement since September 11. Yeah. The people of Dallas should not feel guilty about it. It could have happened any place else in America. Police officers in this country feel they have a target on their back. And they felt that way for over a year now. Police officers Ramos and Liu, who were assassinated on purpose. In New York City, yeah. Yeah. And this man made his motives clear. He was killing them. I'm just reading from the police commissioner. He wanted to kill officers. And he expressed killing white people. He expressed killing white officers. He expressed anger for Black Lives Matter. None of that makes sense, said Chief Brown.
There's something bigger behind this. There is an agenda behind it. Here's something I added to my slides just before this presentation tonight from the Dallas Morning News. There was a viral post by the Fort Worth Police Officers Association that said Black Lives Matter kills cops. And among other things, the Dallas Morning News says this Police Officers Association posted as proof something from a Facebook listing from something called Black Lives Matter Dallas, Texas chapter. And it starts out saying, "Good morning. In lieu of last night's murders of the 5 Dallas, Texas officers, it is what is, justified." And it goes on to say that these killings were justified. Where is this all going to end up? Other countries where this has been done, where this has been incited, it has ended up in overturning those countries. It could be, and likely will be, the end of liberty in America. Here's the plan. It's been the plan for quite a long time. They've been working on it. Collapse America into the United Nations. Finally form that one world government out in the open. The United States, from its manner of inception, is different than the other countries of the world. Having been based on liberty from our Creator. To have a one world government, that's got to be done away with. And that's what this is all about. You know, when you look at the news and you see all of these things happening, you see things about trade, you see things about commerce, jobs leaving the country, the middle class shrinking, violent uprisings, people shooting police, and on and on. You wonder, what is this all about? Does this have any common thread? I shared with you what that common thread is in the Daniel seminar. The common thread is this push, this move towards a global government. This is now well underway. And this is why, for the elite, liberty must be destroyed in America. That will happen. I wish I could tell you that at this point in time, we could turn this around. Because it's heartbreaking to see these things happening. You know, just to see what happened with those officers who were shot in Dallas. Read the reports of their families. Read the reports of all the people that they helped who are heartbroken over this. Seeing all of this chaos across the country that's going to get worse and worse. It's heartbreaking to even think about the human cost of all of this, the misery that this is bringing about, and, of course, where this has to end up with the loss of liberty, what remains of it in America. So I don't want to say this is what's going to happen. I also know that there are many good people in America, fine people, God-fearing people, and we all need to pray for them. But the truth is, there are not enough. There are too many ignorant people in America who don't know their history, who haven't taken time to know what the truth is, who can easily be pawns of the elite and the push to globalism. We know what the times are from the scriptures. We know this is the final generation. And so we know from Bible prophecy that the plan is going to succeed. Where this is going to end up, according to the scriptures, is here. A one world government. without God, without liberty. Conform or die. That's the world that is descending right now. What are we to do in the face of this impending threat? Friends, we have to be like those first Americans. We have to put our trust in our Creator. We have to believe in Him. We have to believe in His Word. We need more than ever before to conform our lives according to His thinking, according to what He says. We need to draw close to Him. We need to look at our priorities. We need to keep our families strong in Him. And as we see this growing unrest, it would be wise if we continue to become as free as we can be. Don't get yourself in unnecessary debt. Try to get free of debt. Get as close as you can to other like-minded believers, because you're going to need one another as these things unfold. And get ready for the second Exodus, because the nations of this world, the Gentile nations of this world, they're going to be left without anything of any reality to cling to. And Yeshua Messiah talked about it. He talked about the house built on the rock and the house built on the sand. What happened when the storm came? Well, just imagine a global government built on the sand. These nations, these Gentile nations, they're going to be shaken. And it's going to be no place you want to live. Prepare now, because escape is still possible in the remnant Exodus. Our Father has promised us He will make a place of safety for His people. And there will be a second Exodus, this time not just from one nation, but from all the Gentile nations. And all of those who belong to Him will be drawn together according to these same principles of liberty found in the Scriptures, with the Lord of Lords and King of Kings as our King. And He's even now working to pull us together, to draw us together, to make us ready. Pay attention to that in your heart. Speak to Him about it. Come up with your agenda of what you need to do to be ready. Ask Him about it. He's going to help you. This second Exodus is going to be a triumph of liberty. At the very time when liberty is being blotted out around the world, Yahweh is preparing a place of liberty and freedom and deliverance for His people. Friends, we don't have to be afraid of the things that are coming upon this world, because already our Father in heaven is working at making a place. Let's just put Him first. Let's do His will. And let's prepare ourselves for the remnant Exodus. Thanks for listening.
The global economy is teetering. World affairs are in a shambles. Unprecedented changes are in the works. The biblical signs of the last days are indeed upon us, meaning that global disaster is imminent. Yet, escape is possible. That's what this Remnant Exodus seminar is all about. Escape. explaining the threat, exposing the lies, and pointing out the only way of escape from the impending doom. This Remnant Exodus seminar includes 7 power-packed video presentations, each one about an hour to an hour and a half in length. These presentations are based on the scriptures, both Old Testament and New Testament, on current events, and on documented history. Each video builds on those before it. The Remnant Exodus seminar is designed to easily go through this information step by step with slides and illustrations to guide you each step of the way. Prepare for assumptions of the past to be challenged, giving you important new information to help guide your way. There are no gimmicks here, no manipulation, no lies. We know that your life is literally on the line. So documentation is provided for the facts in this presentation for you to check out for yourself. Consider all of the evidence, and then you be the judge. Here is a short outline of what's included in these videos. The first video is entitled Escape the Mark. The mark of the beast of Revelation is coming. You need to escape before that happens. Video 2 is entitled The War on Cash. We're quickly moving toward a cashless world. This will bring in the mark. Video number 3 is entitled No Rapture, No Escape. The pre-trib rapture is a fatally flawed doctrine based on assumptions that do not agree with the facts of history. Find out how the facts about the early believers change everything you may have been told. A pre-trib rapture does not offer a way of escape. I would add that the history that is presented in this particular video is absolutely eye-opening and an entirely different paradigm than what you have ever heard. Video number 4 is entitled The Great Judaic Schism. The influence of rabbinical Judaism on the world has been far-reaching, more far-reaching, in fact, than most of us realize. Revisiting the history of first-century Judaic sects is eye-opening for Jews, Christians, and Messianics, since all 3 groups are directly affected by this information. Video 5 is entitled The Christian Church Did Not Exist Before 135 AD. Yes, for hundreds of years, Christians have been told that the Christian church began at Pentecost, as allegedly reported in the book of Acts. Yet, based on easily proven facts, many Christian scholars know this is not true. The Christian church did not exist before 135 AD, a fact with huge ramifications when looking for a way of escape. Video 6 is entitled Into Babylon. History clearly shows that both rabbinical Judaism and Christianity started on the path into Babylon in the 2nd century AD. This has set up people from both of these groups for disaster when Babylon the Great of Revelation 17 and 18 soon meets its end. Yes, this is a shocking claim. That's why you need to take in this seminar. The final video, video number 7, is entitled Remnant Exodus. The remnant is one of the most well-established teachings of Scripture, yet probably is also the most neglected. Here you will learn who the remnant are and how the remnant exodus offers the only way of escape. Perhaps most importantly, it will finally become clear how you can escape as part of this group. A seminar of this depth on any topic could normally cost you thousands. Yet, we are offering you the entire seminar from our website at absolutely no cost. All we ask is that you prayerfully, carefully, and systematically consider the entire seminar, and only after you have done that, make your judgment about it. In closing, realize that there are powerful enemies to the truths presented in this seminar. So we can't promise how long this free Remnant Exodus seminar will be here. We urge you to sign up for this Remnant Exodus seminar immediately while it is still available. That's what we've got. See you on the other side.
Isn't the world around us going insane? Do you want to return to sanity and establish order in your life? Return to the sturdy foundation that Yahweh established in the beginning. Torah is the foundation. It is Yah's standard of righteousness that He established in the beginning. In the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, we are introduced to our Creator. We learn who He is and what His name is and what it means. His moral standard, His ways as a person, how He interacts with His people, and what He wants from us. Join Eliyahu ben David in this rich verse-by-verse study of the Torah and bring sanity back to your life. If you would like to listen to these vital programs, you can hear them for free on our radio station at tsiyon.org or download the Zion Road radio app and listen on your mobile device. You can also find our station on the TuneIn radio app for iOS and Android devices. Or become a Torah Club member at zion.net, that is tsiyon.net, for only $12 a month, and gain full access to the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash program archives in MP3 format. Join us this Sabbath for the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash and bring order back to your life.
When you call upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Call upon His holy name in the last days. Upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Father will hear your cry and answer you from on high. When you call upon
Let's talk about the Saturday Sabbath story.
Ho, ho, ho, ho, ho, ho.
Is the Saturday Sabbath story just like Santa and the Easter Bunny? A lot of kids grew up believing in Santa and the Easter Bunny. only to find out later Santa and the Easter Bunny are only myths. Later, many of those same kids perpetuated these myths on their kids, but some of us didn't. We learned the truth about Christmas and Easter. Both Christmas and Easter are pagan, introduced into the church by Emperor Constantine to unify the Roman Empire. So we stop polluting our worship of the true God by getting this pagan worship out of our lives. Back then, we were probably worshiping on Sunday until we found out Sunday was named the first day of the week and was made the day of rest in honor of Sol Invictus, the official sun god of the Roman Empire, by the sun worshiper Constantine the Great in 321 AD. We can all agree that the Sabbath is very important because it is the fourth commandment. The Sabbath is on day 7. That is undisputable from Scripture. While we can agree on all of that, then we come to the Saturday Sabbath story. This is where the Saturday Sabbath story begins. We are told that Saturday is the 7th day of creation week. In this chart, which is representative of what you see on this, we have day 1 through 7 of the creative days that we find in the book of Genesis. These are labeled with the days of the week, starting with Sunday as the first day and Saturday as the 7th day, the day of rest. This chart and this idea, the Sabbath story, is that Saturday is the 7th day of creation week. When we were told these things, we may have asked, the Scripture says the 7th day, but the day is never named in Scripture as Saturday. So how do we know Saturday is the 7th day of creation week? And we were told Saturday has always been the 7th day in an unbroken chain all the way back to creation. We asked, surely the calendar has changed in so long a time. Saturday and the other days could have been switched around. And we were told Saturday has always been the 7th day. There is no record in history of that ever changing. Then we may have said, no offense, but that is not really proof. Do we have any real proof that Saturday is the 7th day of creation week? And we were told the Jews have always observed Sabbath on Saturday. That should be all the proof you need. And we said, all right then, Saturday it is. And we were told, yes, now you know the right day, Saturday, to keep the Sabbath. That is the Saturday Sabbath story. Isn't that pretty much how the story goes? Isn't that pretty much how you heard it? What is wrong with the Saturday Sabbath story? Everything. All of the answers are wrong. First, our entire calendar system is Roman. The weekday names define the Roman week. They do not define the creation week of the Scriptures. Besides that, the days were changed. Have you ever wondered how the whole Western world got on the same calendar? Julius Caesar invented the Julian calendar in 45 BC, half a century before Messiah was ever born. Julius Caesar needed a system to get everyone in his empire, essentially the whole Western world, on the same schedule for taxing purposes. So he invented the Julian calendar with the help of certain experts, of course, including Cleopatra. So the Roman Julian calendar was established. But when it was established with an 8-day week. Here you see Roman Julian fasty calendars that have been found that show us that at that time, Rome had an 8-day week. So when we read in Scripture something like Mark 16:2, and very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came into the sepulchre at the rising of the sun. This is understood by many to be Sunday. However, the Roman 8-day week was then in force. The 7-day Roman week was not invented for another 100 years, at least. The Roman weekdays, such as Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, are not actually in the Scriptures at all. That is simply read back into the Scriptures because we do have a 7-day week, and we just assume it's always been the same. Here is the Roman fasty calendar that was in use by the Romans from the 1st century BC to the 3rd century AD, and that was used throughout the empire to keep everyone on the same schedule, especially for taxation. Now let's look and see how this calendar was to be read. Across the top, we see the 12-month names defining each column. And these are January through December, the same month names, of course, that we follow today. Back then, there was no J, so in January, it had an I. Otherwise, these are essentially the same names. Now look at the bottom of each column. In Roman numerals, it shows us the number of days in that particular month in that particular column. Down along the left side of the calendar, we see Roman numerals amounting to 1 through 31. These are the days of the month, and they define the days in the rows across the calendar. So it's very easy to read this calendar, even though at first it looks a little strange. Now we look at the Roman 8-day week. We notice that there are columns for the weekdays for each month. And the weekdays are defined for us by the letters A through H. As you look at the calendar, you will see how these weekdays recur through the month and through all the months in a cycle, just like the Roman weeks do now, except that those Roman weeks were 8 days, not 7 days, and they were not known by the names that later came to define the 7-day week. The Roman fasti calendar mixed up the days of the week before the Roman Saturday was ever invented. Notice how this works. If we assign the weekdays of the 7-day week to the weeks of the fasti calendar, with Sunday as the first day of the week, defining letter A, the first day of the fasti calendar, then Saturday falls on letter G. However, in the next week, the second week, it will fall on letter F. And in the third week, it will fall on letter E, and so on, around and around and around through centuries of time. Is this the way to keep the fourth commandment? Is this an unbroken chain of Saturday being the seventh day all the way back to creation? Here, though, it gets even worse. It's astrology that determines the order of the weekdays, not the scriptures. Notice this quote on Saturday in Wikipedia. Between the 1st and 3rd centuries AD, the Roman Empire gradually replaced the 8-day Roman nundinal cycle with the 7-day week. The astrological order of the days was explained by Vettius Valens and Dio Cassius. According to these authors, it was a principle of astrology that the days are named for the planets, which were in turn named for the deities. Let that sink in. It is not the days of creation that define the order of the Roman week. It is astrology and the order of the Roman gods. Here's a stick calendar found in a Roman bath, and it shows Saturn's day as the first day of a 7-day week. I wonder, when Saturday was the first day of the week, was it still the Sabbath? Is Saturn's day the Sabbath day? Really? Would you expect the days assigned by false gods to harmonize with the creation days? Really? So how did Saturn's day go from the first day to the 7th day of the Roman 7-day week? Constantine again. As we know, Constantine was a big sun worshiper. When Constantine made Sunday the first day of the week, to honor the sun god, of course, Saturn got bumped to number 7. And Saturn's day became the 7th day of the Roman week. Oh, I know what you might be thinking. Couldn't the Roman week and creation week just be the same because It's more convenient. If you wouldn't celebrate Christmas because it is really a celebration of the pagan god Saturn, then why would you try to celebrate the Sabbath on Saturn's day? Maybe you just didn't know. Wait a minute, you might be thinking. Maybe there is still one last hope left for the Saturday Sabbath story. You might ask, okay, all that stuff about the days of the week never changing is bunk. But we've still got this, don't we? Remember this? The Jews have always observed Sabbath on Saturday. That should be all the proof you need. Actually, it is only Christian and Messianic Saturday Sabbatarians that say this. The Jews themselves make no such claim. Consider what the Jews themselves say about how they have changed the day of Sabbath observance. This is from the Jewish Encyclopedia, an authoritative source of information about everything Jewish, in their article on festivals. Indications are not wanting that at first the New Moon Festival was not counted among the 7 days of the week. But after 7 times 4, 28 days had elapsed. 1 or 2 days were intercalated as new moon days, whereupon a new cycle of 4 weeks began, so that the Sabbath was a movable festival. Later, the week and the Sabbath became fixed. Do you understand what they're saying? They say the Sabbath began attached to the phases of the moon, not as a continual 7-day cycle. The Sabbath was at the end of each 7-day period in the month. At the end of the month, there were a couple of days of the new moon festival, and the new month started again, and then the days started counting again towards the Sabbath. And as they say, it was only later that the week and the Sabbath became fixed. Under the heading of week in the Jewish Encyclopedia, connection with lunar phases. Yes, it has a heading that says that. It says this: the week of 7 days was connected with the lunar month, of which it is approximately a fourth. The quadripartite division of the month was evidently in use among the Hebrews. This Jewish source is not telling us that they have been celebrating the Sabbath on Saturday all the way back to creation. They're telling us exactly the opposite, that at one time, the Sabbath was directly connected to the lunar month. Here's another quote from the Jewish Encyclopedia under changing the calendar. Declaring the new month by observation of the new moon. This is how the calendar in the Scripture works. There's observation of the moon at the dark of the moon, waiting for the new moon to come out, the first sliver of the new moon. And this is how the calendar operated throughout biblical history. And the Sabbath was then set according to the days of the new month. The quote goes on here. It says, in the time of Hillel II, that is the 4th century AD, the Romans prohibited this practice. Hillel too was therefore forced to institute his fixed calendar. What this is telling us is because of Roman persecution, the Jews were forced to make a fixed calendar, to abandon the calendar of the Scriptures, and of course, to accept the Roman 7-day week. And they have been keeping Sabbath on the 7th day of the Roman week ever since. It's not only the Jews themselves that give us this testimony. Early church fathers also say that the Sabbath was attached to the phases of the moon in New Testament times and in the early centuries. We have here Clement of Alexandria, and he was writing about the end of the 2nd century. Notice what he said. In periods of 7 days, the moon undergoes its changes. In the first week, she becomes half moon. In the second week, full moon. In the third week, in her wane, again half moon. And in the fourth week, she disappears. Notice how the week, now he's talking about biblical weeks of 7 days, are tied directly to the phases of the moon. And this is more than a century after Messiah. In another place, this same Clement of Alexandria, near the end of the 2nd century, tells us this about the Jews. If the moon be not visible, they do not hold the Sabbath, which is called the first. According to the biblical calendar, first of all, to identify the new month, you need to see the new moon. Then you can start counting the days of the month to set the Sabbath. Until that happens, you don't know what day that's going to be, because the dark of the moon can last up to 3 days. That's what was going on. More than a century after Messiah, that's how the biblical calendar worked until it was changed in the 4th century.
Ho, ho, ho, ho, ho, ho.
So, the Saturday Sabbath story is just like Santa and the Easter Bunny. What do we do about it? The Sabbath is the 4th commandment, and it is important for us to keep it. And the Sabbath is on day 7. But that's not Saturday. That is day 7 of the lunar month. The set feasts of Yahweh of Leviticus 23 are fixed days on the lunar month. If you look at Leviticus 23, you'll see that Sabbath is included as one of these fixed days. Notice the first 3 verses of Leviticus 23. Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them, the set feasts of Yahweh, which you shall proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my set feasts." And then it starts listing them. Notice the first one it lists. 6 days shall work be done. But on the seventh day is a Sabbath of solemn rest, a holy convocation. You shall do no kind of work. It is a Sabbath to Yahweh in all your dwellings. From this point, it goes on and it lists all the rest of the days that are set according to the lunar month. Why would this day be any different from the rest? Granted, this seems strange to people who have always been on the Roman time system, since it includes absolutely no weeks of the type later invented by the Romans. However, the Hebrew lunar system happens to be the time system that Yahweh instituted for Israel and used to set up all his set feasts, including the Sabbath. Now you know. Got questions? The research on this has been done, and this is the right time for the remnant. I've been living on this time, holy time, for almost 2 decades. I have a practical knowledge of living on this, as well as a scriptural understanding of holy time. You'll find this in my book. I know you have questions. Read the book. Read the whole book, and you'll find your questions are answered there. The Saturday Sabbath story is just like Santa and the Easter Bunny, and it's time to clean house. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.
Well, we're talking now about the last age of the world, and we have here a graphic that can kind of help you understand where we might actually be right now in the stream of time. We saw that 6,000 years of the age of the world, the time period since the creation of Adam, was up on or about the year 2000 AD. And we saw that the sixth age of the seventh day, the time period that Yahweh is counting by, has continued on from that date and will come to an end at the end of this age with the return of Yeshua Messiah. In other teachings, we've pointed out that the times of the Gentiles came to an end in 1967 AD. And this is when the last generation actually began. And I want to talk about some of these things without getting real specific as you get into some of our other teachings. If you come and sign up as a free member, you'll get a lot of this information that you can examine absolutely free of charge, take all the time you want, and really learn about some of these things, such as this last generation since 1967. One thing we find in the scriptures is that in many places, in timing, we have a 70-year generation. So if that is applied here from 1967 forward, it would put the year 2000 at about the middle of that time period. And then if we were to take that second half then of that time period that began around the year 2000 and divide it in half, we would come to the year 2018. Now, let's say that generation is shorter. Yeshua did say that it would by no means come to an end, right? So possibly it's shorter. But let's say it were to be exactly 70 years. Then right now, we would be right at the middle of that last half of that generation. In other words, since the year 2000, 18 years have gone by, and about 18 years in that case would be left. Does it seem like a long time to you since the year 2000? Maybe if you're a young person, it might, because it might be a big part of your life. For some others, like me, it doesn't seem like such a long time. In fact, it seems like it has really been speeding by. If you look at our chart here, you look at all of that time that's behind us and the very little time that's ahead of us. My question to you would be, what do you want to be doing with that time? Do you think it's a good idea to just coast along and just kind of see what happens? I don't think that's a good idea. I think that's the whole point of this, isn't it? This is the reason why Yahweh has given us some measures of time, not to make us feel smart and like we know a lot, but in order to show us the urgency of the times in which we live. And it's kind of like a race. You know, if you have a long race, you have to pace yourself, but what do you do when you get to the last stretch of the race? That's where you pour it on, isn't it? Because that's where you really need to give of your whole self. Well, what is ahead of us?
Here's some things that the scriptures seem to show that are ahead of us for believers and for the world. And I'm going to go with the bad news first, but fortunately there is good news, so don't get all discouraged because I share this, okay? Right now, there are forces in the world that have been working really hard to overturn a biblical worldview that has basically dominated the Western world for 2 millennia. However, we're well along in that process, and we're seeing that essentially the anti-God forces are smelling blood, and they're working really hard to overturn that biblical worldview, and we're going to see that happen within whatever number of years are left. I think if you're awake to what's going on, you can understand that that's going to happen probably sooner rather than later. When that happens, Jezebel will reign. What I mean by that is the spirit of Ahab and Jezebel will be all around us, will dominate everything. And again, if you're paying any attention to what's going on, you're seeing that spirit of Jezebel rising up in a really powerful way. And you're seeing the Ahab spirit also rising up, being dominated by that Jezebelian spirit. And this is terrible for believers on so many levels. Now, these things are not necessarily in order because these different streams of events are all kind of ongoing and interwoven. So I'm not laying out a chronological list here, but just some of the things that are happening, probably many of them to some degree or another happening at the same time or in process. America will fall, and I don't say that lightly. But if you think about America as based on the Constitution that upholds the Creator as being the creator of men and women, and that lays out God-given rights, that is absolutely anathema to the forces that are seeking to take over the world. So in overturning a biblical worldview, the purpose of that, to a large degree, is to overturn America as a nation. And America is fighting for its life right now. And it's going down for the count. It's fighting bravely. Those people who understand what's going on are fighting hard. But these forces that are coming up are overwhelming, and the scriptures tell us how it turns out. So please don't be mad at me that I'm just telling you the things that the scriptures are telling us about the near future. These things will happen, and yet there will be no pre-tribulation rapture of the church system. And if you think 2000 coming and going without the end is a disappointment, wait till you see what happens as people come to that realization that the pre-tribulation rapture isn't happening, and yet all the hatred of the world is being brought to bear on believers. The people who have believed in the pre-tribulation rapture, for the most part, have not prepared themselves for what is coming. And this is going to be a terrible blow that many of them will not be able to bear and will not be able to stand up to. the church will completely cave in. You're already seeing a lot of it. Apostasy is everywhere, but it will not be able to stand up to this wave of social and political change. And it will entirely cave into it. And already we're seeing this. Teachings will arise. False teachers will arise that will be calling evil good and good evil, and will pretend to be basing it on the Bible. But actually, they will be acting out of fear of Jezebel, fear of Ahab. And they will want to please those powers. They will see that as the winning side, and they'll totally cave in. This will be a crisis we're talking about for all Bible believers as these things unfold over the next few years. This will follow people. If you're a believer and people know it, this will follow you into the classroom. If you're a student, this will follow you into your job. People will be fired from their jobs simply because they are believers, simply because they insist on following the scriptures and the morals of the scriptures. Believers will be labeled more and more as haters, and they will be treated as if they are Nazis. They will be spit upon, they'll be hit. Charges will be trumped up against them. Some of them, in order to save their own skins, will be betraying others. Fathers and mothers will be betraying their own children and vice versa. And it will be a truly horrible time. And believers will be running in every direction to find some sort of protection and calm from that storm. And you know, most people that claim to be believers do not have an active relationship with God. Those who do, of course, will find him and will find what he's doing, and he'll be there for them. But many of them don't even know how to do that. Many of them don't even want to do that because all they ever saw God for was to be their vending machine God that's going to give them all the stuff they want. And those kind of people will not make it through with their faith intact. Very rarely will that happen. Now, maybe some of them will repent, and we hope that many of them do. But in the main, there's going to be such a huge falling away from the faith that there is absolutely nothing in history that even compares to what will be happening. Yeshua told us all these things, friends. He told us all this would happen during this time period. And as things are speeding up, we are seeing this more and more. There is more persecution of believers in the world right now than there even was in the time of the Romans. It's the worst it's ever been right now. And it's only going to get so much worse, and it's going to come in the Western world and what people think of as the civilized world, and it will probably be worse here than it is there, simply because everybody is being tracked. What do you think is going to happen with all those databases that they've been keeping? What are they going to use those for as they push their globalist agenda? Finally, this will bring everything to the whole Great Tribulation scenario, which would be the final 7-year period before Messiah comes. I kind of think of that as good news, actually, but
A lot of people see it as bad news. Okay, I guess enough of that. And let's look at some of the good news. While all of that is happening, Yahweh will raise a standard in the world for the righteous, the remnant of Israel, with whom he's working right now, working in their lives in invisible ways that nobody can see, nobody can know, not even Google. And he is working to prepare them and in the due time to gather them. They are out there. That's why we're here. We're here for you. If you're getting any of this, you're probably one of these people, and we're here for you. This will bring about the remnant exodus from all the nations of the world. Israel, that has been assimilated for generations, all people from all the tribes of Israel, will become aware of their heritage, of who they really are. And they will become aware of their true identity. They will rise up with the Messiah of Israel. They will become a part of his holy nation that he is creating right now. They will cleanse their lives of every defilement of flesh and spirit in order to be the holy people that Israel is called to be. They will be ordered according to the tribes of Israel, according to holy array, the order of Israel, and they will go out of all the nations, and they will be gathered together in one place. And from there, Yahweh will lead them. There will be enemy forces that will try to stop them, and they will not have to do a thing except trust him. And he has already made his plans as to how he's going to deal with them. And in the process, this will become a spectacle to the entire world in turmoil, and especially to the righteous who do not know which way to turn. And they will see Yahweh glorified in the world. And they will repent of all the false teaching they have believed. They will be awakened in their minds and in their spirits. And they will find out that there is a place of safety being prepared for the righteous, that the remnant of Israel actually represent an alternative to the apostate church and to the satanic world. And they will make a choice. Everyone, in fact, will have to make a choice. There'll be only two choices. The Antichrist system or the Israel of Elohim. That's all there will be. And they will have to choose what side they're going to be on. And those who choose to be a part of Israel, who follow the Messiah of Israel, they will have victory together as his nation through the worst events the world has ever seen, the Great Tribulation. And he will carry them through the Great Tribulation just like he carried Noah through the flood. And in doing that, he will show his great power and his love for his people Israel and his faithfulness to the covenant of Israel. And Israel will succeed
in its mission of glorifying Yahweh, and it will happen in this generation. When we talk about things like this, many people are fearful. And I understand why. Because everything is being shaken that can be shaken. Nothing is really solid out there. And it looks a lot like the tsunami that happened the other day, right? All of a sudden, the ground is gone out from under you. Everything is swept away. It's terrifying. But for those of us who belong to Him, we're reminded in 2 Timothy, Elohim did not give us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and self-control. Yes, you know, even when the whole world looks so crazy and everybody feels so powerless, those of us who have the Spirit of the living God living inside of us have unimaginable power that we can access to meet every situation. It doesn't come from us, it comes from Him. And it's because He loves us and He will not fail us. And He will do everything He said He would do. And He will bring us through. We will win, not by fighting those evil forces with weapons of this world, through generating evil and hatred towards those who would do us harm, but we will be victorious through love. His love for us, and then that love moving through us to others. This is a weapon that Satan has no defense for. And it's ours. And self-control. You know, this is a big problem in the world. A lot of the world's problems are because they do not have self-control, the self-control of the Holy Spirit. They're not able to control their own lives. Now, let me tell you something about fear. When you are gripped with fear, and you allow your emotions to take over, all of this, for the moment, goes out the window, doesn't it? If you happen to be, say, a powerful senator on an elevator, and you have a bunch of hysterical women start yelling at you, you might shrink with fear into the corner of the elevator and do stupid things that you otherwise wouldn't do. People are motivated so much by fear, friends. And if we're honest, doesn't this happen to us sometimes? You know, a lot of people have their phobias. What are you afraid of? Did you have some bad experience in your life? And are you scared to death that that might happen to you again? So you do everything you can do to plan your life so that doesn't happen to you. You know, if you let fear rule your life, then Yeshua Messiah on the throne is not ruling your life. And we're not called to fear. We really don't need to fear. Now, At the foundation of fear is fear of death. This is probably the foundational fear for all people. And, you know, this is natural. We have this self-protective thing that Yahweh has put in us in order to not be stupid, right? And to shy away from things that could lead to our death. So this is perfectly normal. But let me tell you, the enemy can use that normal kind of fear against you and turn it into terror. The night that they came to get Messiah, why did all of his closest disciples scatter? Friends, they were gripped with fear. They were afraid that what was going to happen to him would happen to them. You know, I feel for them. I'm not condemning them. Because I think there's an example in what happened with them that really speaks to us, and we have to understand that that could happen. You know, I had an experience back during the earlier time I was talking to you about. It was in 2001. And I had a dream. And I was on top of this building, high in the air. And I could see another building that was much like the one I was on. And there were people all over the top of both buildings. And everybody was kind of laughing and talking and so forth, as crowds of people do. But pretty soon, there started being sort of tittering and talking going on that was directing attention towards an aircraft that was approaching. People weren't too worried about it, though, because it was still a long way off. But it kept coming. And as it got closer, it became apparent that there was no intention for this aircraft to turn the other way. And soon what you heard were the sounds of complete terror, screaming, crying. But there was no place to go because there was not enough time to go. It was certain death. And I myself came to this realization in this dream, and I could see I was going to die. And the first thing that happened when I realized I was going to die is that I was gripped with the terror of death in that dream. But there wasn't time for doing very much. So I cried out to the Lord and said, Lord Yeshua, receive my spirit. And his peace totally filled me, and the fear was totally taken away. And the plane hit the building, and I died. Isn't that a strange dream? I woke up very disturbed by the dream. Dawn was there, and I told her about the dream. And I wondered, what could this actually mean? But it affected me very profoundly because even though I've had other times when death has been near before that, this somehow had a different quality. And the fact that I actually died kind of upset me. Is Yahweh telling me that something like this is going to happen to me? I didn't know. Well, 1 week later, we were watching television, which is something we never did. And all of a sudden, there's breaking news. And we see the whole Twin Tower scenario before our eyes. And I realized Yahweh had showed me that a week before it happened. It was more about that timing stuff. But it also was about dying. And it was a powerful experience to have that terror give way to peace. Now, since then, I actually have died a couple times. And I just want to tell you, dying is not such a big deal. You know, you don't really hurt when you die. It's just a peaceful thing, like going to sleep. Doesn't hurt. Maybe people could do something to kill you that might hurt. You know, I don't know. Maybe like if they poured acid all over your body, that would hurt until you died, right? But actually dying doesn't hurt. It's very peaceful. And if you're a believer and you've walked with Yahweh, He's there. There's no place you can go that He's not there. You know what? Nobody that knows Him will ever die alone, because He will always be with them. And this is what I found. And you know what? I was scared in the dream, but in these two events that happened to me, which were both heart attacks and flatlining, I was not afraid. I guess I learned something from the dream, you know what I mean? And other things have happened, strengthening my faith since then. And I literally was not afraid at all. And so don't be afraid of death. You know, our sister has that wonderful line, "Don't be afraid to die." I love that line. How many songs have you ever seen that had that line? People are so afraid of death, you don't mention death, right? They don't want to hear death. I bet you right now people are turning off the stream because I'm talking about death. People are afraid to even hear that there is such a thing as death, let alone that it could happen to them. With the world where it's going, we all have to learn this lesson. That song is exactly right. Don't be afraid to die. Because, friends, listen, if you belong to Yeshua Messiah, death is just an illusion. It's not even real. All of Yahweh's people are alive to Him, aren't they? It's just an illusion. Everyone who dies in this body, who belongs to Him, will be raised when He comes, and that's not going to be very long from now. So don't be afraid to die. It says, don't be ashamed of the testimony of our Lord, but endure hardship for the good news. Now that sounds like the prosperity message, doesn't it? No, I don't think it does. Be prepared. It's time to think about that, about hardship for the good news, according to the power of Elohim. This is how we handle problems. This is how we handle hardship, by the power of Elohim. You know, you probably noticed, besides all these beautiful young people here, there's some of us here with white hair and some of us with no hair. And we're people that have been around for a while and have been walking with Yahweh for a while. And we know something about hardship. We know something about suffering for the good news. And we're here. We made it through those things. And I know for a fact that every one of us would not trade those things for anything. Because in every case, we gain so much more than what we lost through those hardships. We gain spiritual treasures that will stay with us for eternity. So besides not being afraid to die, don't be afraid of hardships. You can handle it with Yeshua Messiah. Just don't make it because you're doing something stupid. or something against his commandments. You can bring all kinds of hardships on yourself that are unnecessary. Don't do that. But hardships that we bear for the cause of Messiah, these are the hardships it's talking about here. Elohim, who saved us and called us with a holy calling. Holy meaning set apart. All of his people have been called. They have been set apart for this day. If you are one of his people and you are alive now as we're going into these final days of this final generation, don't worry. You were made for this day. You've got in you what it takes to do your part. You need to trust the living God, and you need to trust that he put you here for a reason right now. And you can do it. And you don't have to be afraid. And all of this is not according to our works. It's not because we're smarter than the other guys, or bigger or stronger, or have more resources. In fact, Yahweh really likes it when we don't have any of that stuff. Because then he's lifted up when he does great things through us. And isn't that what we want? That's how it works. According to his own purpose and his grace. I don't understand some things. You might think I know a lot because of all this stuff that I share with you. I don't understand the mystery of his grace. I don't understand why he chose me to be his. I'm just grateful. I'm just grateful that I'm a vessel of his grace. And it's just a fact. Some things you have to accept just because it's a fact. You don't have to understand everything. Some things are just true. He chose us according to his purpose and his grace. We have a holy calling according to his will in these days, which was given to us in Messiah Yeshua before times eternal. Let me tell you something. That's way before the timeline I'm talking about tonight. Times eternal. You can't put years to that. Yahweh had you in his heart as part of his purpose for this day before times eternal. And he wanted you for his son or his daughter. And he wanted you to be able to walk in the power of the Holy Spirit and to condemn this world through your faith. So do not be afraid. You are really too big for that. There's no reason to be afraid with a God like that. Okay, I got a little wound up on that one. Here's more good news. The Antichrist forces, Revelation 17:14. The Antichrist forces will war against the Lamb. And the Lamb will overcome them. That does not surprise me. For he is Lord of lords and King of kings. But then I really like this verse. They also will overcome who are with him, called and chosen and faithful. These are the people that answered the call. These are the people who stepped up and said, I want to be with him, and chose to walk with him wherever he goes. That's who the overcomers are. And they will overcome with him. They'll overcome everything. They'll overcome those Antichrist forces we're talking about. They'll even overcome their own flesh nature and sin. They'll overcome all of it with him.
Be an overcomer. I see lots of overcomers out there. Be an overcomer. He who overcomes, I will give to him to sit down with me on my throne. Does this blow your mind? You know, this is the Yeshua I cry out to when I can't find my keys. You know what I'm saying? And he is going to empower me, if I let him, to be an overcomer. And then once he's done that, he's going to give to me to sit down with him on his throne. Isn't that like way better than having your own throne? Is that not amazing? You know, I'd be embarrassed sitting on a throne, actually, wouldn't you? Embarrassed or not, I'm going to sit on one. That's the plan. It says also, as I also overcame and sat down with my Father on his throne. What he's telling us is he's bringing us right into fellowship with the Elohim family in heaven, ruling with our Father, with his Son. Isn't that amazing? And they are going to come and be with us right here on this earth in the New Jerusalem. So when we look at all of that, do we have to be worried as we approach the end of this age? No, we have to be aware. We have to be diligent. We have to put Messiah first in our life. We have to throw off every fear from our lives. We need to do the things we're called to do. Yeah, we do have some things to do. All of which put together means be an overcomer. We do have to do that. But he's there every step of the way to help us do it. So, where does this bring us? Where we stand as bondslaves of Yeshua Messiah is here. Our battle cry has become our victory cry. May this victory cry strike fear into the heart of the enemy. Bring it! We are more than conquerors through him who loved us. Our victory is in Yeshua Messiah. Thank you all so much.
Prophetic Fulfillments Just Ahead is a seminar by Eliyahu Ben David on Bible prophecy concerning the scattered remnant of Israel. Featuring 7 hours of Bible prophecy, plus bonus content. Understand prophecy about the last days. Discover lost truth about the remnant. Order your copy today at truthpoint.info.
As you can see here with our title, this is about the tribulation trigger. And on my graphic, doesn't it just make you not want to push that button? Well, I think it helps us if we know what does push that button. Then we'll understand what's going to be happening. We'll be ready for what's about to happen. And these things are included in Scripture to make us ready here in these last days. It's very interesting that the book of Ezekiel speaks of Gog And it says, you shall come like a storm, you shall be like a cloud. And in Daniel, it says that the king of the north will come like a whirlwind, which to me is about the same thing as a swift cloud. And in Isaiah here, where it mentions a swift cloud, the word cloud actually means darkness. And it's reminiscent to me of Joel chapter 2, where it talks about Gog as a locust horde. And when a locust horde comes, it's like a cloud that fills the sky. It connects these celestial events with the great day of his wrath. So, the great day of his judgment has been ongoing, but now the great day of his wrath begins, where he's actually pouring out vengeance upon the wicked. And this outpouring of his wrath begins with the destruction of Gog and Gog's hordes.
Here is the message of HaKadosh, the true one, the one who has the key of David, who if he opens something, no one can shut it. And if he closes something, no one else can open it. I know what you are doing. Look, I have put in front of you an open door, and no one can shut it. I know that you have but little power, yet you have obeyed my message and have not disowned me. Here, I will give you some from the synagogue of the adversary, those who call themselves Jews but aren't. On the contrary, they are lying. See, I will cause them to come and prostrate themselves at your feet, and they will know that I have loved you. Because you did obey my message about persevering, I will keep you from the time of trial coming upon the whole world to put the people living on earth to the test. I'm coming soon. Hold on to what you have, so that no one will take away your crown.
Greetings to all of the saints tonight. I want to explain some very important things to everyone who believes in the God of the Bible and upholds His laws and His word. I want to explain to you that I am a Messianic Jew. So I use the Hebrew names of God. I call Him Yahweh, and I call His Son, my Messiah, Yeshua. If those names are unfamiliar to you, please don't be offended by them. Realize that I worship the one and only God of the Bible, and I am saved through Yeshua Messiah, the Son of God, that you read about in the New Testament. I'm telling you this because I want you to know that we are on common ground. And the things that I'm talking about tonight are equally important to everyone who is from really any stream of what is often called the Judeo-Christian tradition. All of us, I think, have been quite stunned recently by what has happened in the United States of America. We have seen the Supreme Court of the United States find that same-sex marriage is constitutional. This raises many important questions for us, and I believe many of us are very uncertain about what is ahead and what we need to do now. I have important information that pertains to that. What I hope to show you tonight is that something very similar, something very akin to the scheme of Balaam, which you will find in your Bible in the book of Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 26, is actually being launched against us right now. And this is an act of war against all of us who would uphold the law of God over the law of men. Now, let's look into the facts of the things that have happened. We'll begin with a video.
An historic ruling by the nation's highest court. President Obama described it as justice arriving like a thunderbolt. The 5-4 decision making same-sex marriage legal everywhere, and supporters were dancing in the streets as one dissenting Supreme Court justice warned of a court that is now a threat to American democracy.
In a sweeping 5-4 opinion authored by Justice Anthony Kennedy, the Supreme Court declared same-sex marriage the law of the land, finding a fundamental constitutional right for same-sex couples to marry in all 50 states.
It's my hope that the term gay marriage will soon be a thing of the past, that from this day forward, it will simply be marriage.
Justice Kennedy wrote, quote, "Under the Constitution, same-sex couples seek in marriage the same legal treatment as opposite-sex couples, and it would disparage their choices and diminish their personhood to deny them this right."
This ruling will strengthen all of our communities by offering to all loving same-sex couples the dignity of marriage across this great land.
All 4 dissenting justices authored their own opinions, including Chief Justice John Roberts. Quote, "The majority's decision is an act of will, not legal judgment. The right it announces has no basis in the Constitution or this court's precedent," adding, "Just who do we think we are?" As a senator, Democrat Hillary Clinton defended the traditional definition of marriage, but today the 26th contender lauded the landmark victory and praised the LGBT community for changing hearts on the issue. The 2016 GOP field roundly denounced the ruling and voiced concerns about protections for those with religious objections to same-sex marriage, despite Justice Kennedy's emphasis on First Amendment protections for, quote, "religious organizations and persons." In his dissent, Justice Samuel Alito suggested today's ruling leaves traditional marriage supporters in a tenuous position. Quote, I assume that those who cling to old beliefs will be able to whisper their thoughts in the recesses of their homes. But if they repeat those views in public, they will risk being labeled as bigots and treated as such by governments, employers, and schools.
It's these comments by Justice Alito that I think many of us find so concerning. I've not met any Bible-believing people that hate gay people. And I haven't seen any kind of crimes on the part of Bible-believing people against gay people. And yet, Justice Alito warns that this new law providing gay marriage across the United States is going to result in something called the old beliefs. You know, for a long time, we thought that the Judeo-Christian religion was the prevailing mindset in America. However, now, those beliefs in the Bible are termed the old beliefs. They're passé now. Something new has come along. And Justice Alito also said that the people who hold to those old beliefs will be labeled as bigots. And that because of that, they will be treated as bigots by the government, employers, schools, and I might add, by the public at large. How could such a big change come about in America? How is it possible that we would have rights of religion, freedom of speech, guaranteed to us under the Constitution for well over 200 years, and yet now, when we exercise exactly those same rights, we are in danger of horrible discrimination? And just how far is all of this going to go? I have some information that I think will help us to sort through what's really going on and get down to the bottom of it, to see it clearly and to know what is happening. Now, I'm not a person that believes in sound bites. I'm a person that believes that you need to hear the whole picture. So, please stick with me all the way through so that you'll really understand this. Justice John Roberts, in a dissenting opinion, said that this new decision was actually not constitutional, that it has no basis in the Constitution or even in the precedents of the Supreme Court. Now, that is an amazing statement from the Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. Surely he would know what is constitutional and what isn't. Now, as you look through YouTube and other sources, what you will find is that all of the 4 judges that gave very dire warnings about this are being vilified. And you'll find this everywhere. And they are being minimized. But let me tell you that I'm not a young person, and I've been following what is going on in this country for some time. And I have never seen a Supreme Court decision where nearly half of the court gave such ringing, sounding warnings about this decision. And we would do well to look at what Chief Justice Roberts is saying here and to examine whether or not this is true. Is this new ruling truly based in the Constitution or not? Now, clearly, I'm not a constitutional lawyer, and really, I'm talking about spiritual matters, not the constitutional matters. However, there are certain basic things about the Constitution that bear upon those spiritual matters I want to talk about. So I want to share that information with you. Here is a portion of the transcript of the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence laid out for Britain the basis on which the colonies were seceding from Britain and becoming a nation of their own. Reasonably, when they formed their government and wrote the Constitution, signed the Constitution, they did it upon this basis that they established in their Declaration of Independence. It's interesting to me as I look at this that the way things worked out, I was uncovering this information on that very day, July 4th. Today, as I speak to you, it's July 5th. In the Constitution, it tells us that the rights that we have proceed from the law of nature and of nature's God. That's what the Declaration of Independence says. That is the basis on which we could secede from Britain and become a nation of our own. And then the Declaration says these timeless words, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed." This declaration made it very clear that the ground upon which this country was to be founded and the laws of this country were to be founded were upon God-given rights. And these, it says, proceed from the laws of nature and of nature's God. Where do we find the laws of nature's God? Do we not find those in the Scriptures as well as written into the natural order? It tells us here that all men are created equal. The reason that we are equal is because God made us that way. This originates from the book of Genesis, where it says that we are all created in the image of God. This is the biblical basis for the fact that we are equal as to the rights that are given to us by the law of God. These rights, therefore, are unalienable rights. And that word unalienable means unable to be taken away from or even given away by the possessor. This is what we would expect of such rights, because the law of God declares that he does not change. And so, therefore, the rights that he extends to us do not change. Here we have another kind of right. Now, you might have been under the misconception that human rights are the same as constitutional rights, or, in other words, God-given rights. If you thought that, you really were mistaken. Wikipedia describes here what human rights actually are. Human rights are moral principles or norms that describe certain standards of behavior and are regularly protected as legal rights in municipal and international law. And it says they are commonly understood as inalienable fundamental rights. That's a common understanding about these rights, a consensus, if you will. Well, it mentions that these rights derive from morals and norms. Here is morality and norms so that we can see what these things are. Morality is the differentiation of intentions, decisions, and actions between those that are good or right and those that are bad or wrong. Well, I would ask, in whose opinion? Because there's lots of different opinions as to what is right and wrong. It goes on, morality can be a body of standards or principles derived from a code of conduct, from a particular philosophy, religion, or culture, or it can derive from a standard that a person believes should be universal. It seems kind of like sandy ground to me. If that's true, then norms are even more so. Norms are described as mental representations of appropriate behavior. One way of expressing that is mind control, mass hypnosis. In other words, if the people can be convinced that something is right, if they can be convinced what is good, what is bad, then that becomes the norm. Then that can become the basis for human rights. Here we see something about the history of human rights. Where do they come from? What we see from the Wikipedia article on this is that human rights, they say, come from humanism. And humanism is defined as a philosophical and ethical stance that emphasizes the value and agency of human beings. Human rights, human beings, makes sense, right? It goes on to say, a non-theistic life stance centered on human agency. What is non-theistic? That means without God, doesn't it? Leaving God out. Centered on human agency. If you leave God out and you replace God with man, what have you just done? Think about it. It includes looking to science rather than to God. According to the Humanist Manifestos, both 1 and 2, humanism is a philosophical, religious, and moral point of view. Yes, humanism is not only a philosophy, it is not only a moral point of view, but it is in fact the religion of man. This is according to the humanists themselves. Why is this relevant? This is relevant because some time ago, in fact, in 1948, member governments of the United Nations entered into something that is called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It says here, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is a declaration adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on 10 December 1948, the first global expression of rights to which all human beings are inherently entitled. So this was held to be a global declaration of human rights for all mankind. We're also told in 1976, after the covenants had been ratified by a sufficient number of individual nations, the bill took on the force of international law. So this is not just a philosophical discussion we're having here. Human rights under this Universal Declaration of Human Rights are international law and are therefore binding upon signatories, nations. It's interesting that the American Humanist Association talks about this. And they say, inspired by our very own Humanist Manifesto, religious belief is mentioned only in reference to freedom of conscience and expression. Nowhere in the document is there mention of a supernatural source for the wisdom it contains. Well, here we have two kinds of rights. Under our Constitution, we have rights that are said to derive from the eternal laws of nature and nature's God. These are God-given rights. And according to this view, the object of government is to secure the unalienable rights that have been, in fact, given to us by God. Such rights are not subject to vote. They are not subject to human consensus. They are not subject to human change because they come from a source that is above mankind. They come from the Creator. So the best that governments can do is to secure those God-given rights. To take that stance, I would suggest, is submitting to the lordship of the Creator. Well, compare that now to human rights, as we find in the UN. These rights are derived from a consensus among nations that has been embodied in international law. The object of government in the case of these rights is to uphold a consensus of international opinion of rights embodied in the international law. These may be called inalienable, but in fact they cannot be inalienable, because as we've seen, they derive from changing morals and norms. So therefore, they're not based on something eternal and solid like God-given rights. These human rights laws were set forth to replace God's law with man's law. Why has this not been a problem before now? Because human rights that have been defended have overlapped with God-given rights. And this has been true for a very long time. So nobody really saw that there was a difference between these two kinds of rights. Well, this brings us to a much closer date. This is in 2011. Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State, delivered a historic LGBT speech in Geneva. Some of the things that she said here is, this weekend, we will celebrate Human Rights Day, the anniversary of one of the great accomplishments of the last century. What she's talking about is the adoption of human rights in the UN. She also says in the 63 years since the Declaration was adopted, many nations have made great progress in making human rights a human reality. To the extent that those rights agree with God-given rights, I'm sure we would all be very happy with that. We want to see people be free. We want to see people have their God-given rights and exercise their God-given rights, whether that's us or other people. We want all people to have their God-given rights. So we're very happy that these rights have been extended to many more people. However, that doesn't mean the difference between God-given rights and human rights has gone away. It doesn't mean that God-given rights and human rights are always the same. Here, we have more from Hillary's speech. She says, I want to talk about the work we've left to do to protect one group of people whose human rights are still denied. They are arrested, beaten, terrorized, even executed. Many are treated with contempt and violence by their fellow citizens. Denied opportunities to work and learn, driven from their homes and countries, and forced to suppress or deny who they are. She says, I'm talking about gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender people, human beings born free and bestowed equality and dignity, who have a right to claim that, which is now one of the remaining human rights challenges of our time. Many LGBT Americans have endured violence and harassment in their own lives. And for some, including many young people, bullying and exclusion are daily experiences. So we, like all nations, have more work to do to protect human rights at home. Now, since all people under the Constitution are entitled to God-given rights, none of us who are of the biblical tradition, if you will, would want to deny citizens of the country of their God-given rights. However, issues do arise, don't they, when we compare human rights to God-given rights? Because I'm sure we all know and can produce from the Scriptures that the Scriptures give no right to people to conduct themselves in this way. Now, simply making that statement, which can be backed up by many Scriptures, does not mean that I hate gay people. It simply means that I know what the Scriptures say. Well, Hillary Clinton understood that this would be a problem for people who are Bible believers. She says, now raising this issue I know is sensitive for many people, and that the obstacles standing in the way of protecting the human rights of LGBT people rest on deeply held personal, political, cultural, and religious beliefs. That's acknowledging something, that people do have these beliefs, including Bible-based beliefs. But then she says, some have suggested that gay rights and human rights are separate and distinct, but in fact, they are one and the same. So here she is laying out the position that gay rights and human rights are one and the same. And finally, she says, being LGBT does not make you less human. And that is why gay rights are human rights and human rights are gay rights. Well, certainly, anyone that's human is human. We agree with that. And I suppose the countries of the world who decide what their consensus is as to right and wrong can say that these are human rights, since these rights derive from humanity and not from the Creator. So this brings us to the question, what happens then to the God-given rights that we have under the Constitution, since now we have certain rights that could bring those God-given rights into question? Well, at this speech, Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State, got into that very question. She said, the third and perhaps most challenging issue arises when people cite religious or cultural values as a reason to violate or not to protect the human rights of LGBT citizens. No practice or tradition trumps the human rights that belong to all of us. This holds true for inflicting violence on LGBT people, No problem there. I'm sure we're all against that. Criminalizing their status or behavior. Well, people choose for themselves what they're going to do. Certainly, I'm not going to stop that. Expelling them from their families and communities. That's not up to me. Or tacitly or explicitly accepting their killing. And of course, that is completely unacceptable to anybody who is a Bible-believing person. Well, she goes on to say, rarely are cultural and religious traditions and teachings actually in conflict with the protection of human rights. Indeed, our religion and our culture are sources of compassion and inspiration toward our fellow beings. It is because the human experience is universal, the human rights are universal and cut across all religions and cultures. Well, this is a problem because what this means is whatever the United Nations and the signatory countries consider to be human rights now are placed on a higher level than God-given rights. So as we look at this, here's what we glean. The most challenging issues here involve religious values. And these are not seen as a right to violate or not protect the human rights of LGBT citizens. So it's not enough that I do not violate the rights of LGBT citizens. Certainly, I am not going to knowingly do any harm to them. I'm not going to hit them. I'm not going to try to kill them. I'm not going to torture them. I'm not going to do any of the other things, violent behavior that it talks about. But is it really my job to protect their human rights? I think there's a problem with that. Because I believe that those of us who believe in God-given rights will not necessarily agree that everything the United Nations sees as the human rights of any group of people agrees with God-given rights. So what do we do where there's a difference? Hillary says we need to stuff it and do what they tell us. Basically, that is what it says. So what does that tell us? Well, we hold the old ideas. That's what it tells us. And those ideas have been replaced. The humanist religion now reigns supreme. Here's some other things that Hillary said, the Secretary of State, in this speech at Geneva. She mentioned, as I read, that rarely are cultural and religious traditions and teachings actually in conflict with the protection of human rights. Indeed, our religion and our culture are sources of compassion and inspiration toward our fellow human beings. What does she mean by our religion? She says our religion is a source of inspiration toward our fellow human beings. Since God-given rights have been rejected in favor of human rights, I would have to take that to mean our religion is the humanist religion. So there's an implied threat here. Basically, what is being said to us is we are enlisting the aid of religion to advance our agenda, All religion is therefore our religion so long as it will bow to our humanist religion as supreme. I think this is pretty much earth-shaking. Well, later, or during that very year, over 80 nations gathered for the Human Rights Council. This is 2011. I don't know what we were looking at on the news during that period. I don't remember what actor we were watching, what kind of nonsense we were looking at. I don't think many of us knew anything about this. But this happened. Over 80 nations support this statement at the Human Rights Council on LGBT rights. Well, U.S. representatives were sent to the Human Rights Council, and they participated in a joint statement on these human rights at the end of that council. This statement was signed by 85 countries, and I quote, "Ending acts of violence and related human rights violations based on sexual orientation and gender identity." Well, I have no problem with ending acts of violence. My Messiah is the Prince of Peace. However, related human rights violations really are a matter of opinion, aren't they? What does that mean? Could, for instance, changing the definition of marriage that has existed for 6,000 years, could that actually be necessary? Put another way, are we to believe that for 6,000 years, as marriage has meant a special relationship between one man, one woman, and God, somehow now has become a violation of the human rights of a class of people that before now nobody even thought to include in this group? That looks to me like a changing morality, a changing norm, where something in the past was not considered wrong, but now it is, at least according to the humanists. Well, it goes on here, it says the U.S. government is firmly committed to supporting the right of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals to lead productive and dignified lives free from fear and violence. So, as we saw with the statement by the Secretary of State of the Obama administration, as we see here, the United States has fully signed on to this view of human rights. Now, this is a problem to me because I'm supposed to be guaranteed God-given rights. The founding fathers told me that the responsibility of the government is to secure my God-given rights. So why is it that the government of the United States has now decided that instead of upholding my God-given rights, they're going to sign on board with these changing human rights? Well, ever since this happened, we've been seeing unusual things in the news. For instance, things like this. Changes that have been playing on the sympathies of the public, really without end. Constantly putting this before the eyes of the public. Now, really, if Bruce Jenner wants to get a sex change operation, it really is no business of mine. I don't need to hear all this information or see all this information. I certainly don't have anything to do with what Bruce Jenner is doing. And yet, the news has wanted to continually stuff that down my throat. Look at this.
It's the 10th of December 1948, and the UN General Assembly adopts the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Yet fast forward to 2011, and the UN Human Rights Council expresses grave concern at acts of violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. All over the world, lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender, or LGBT people, are still being subjected to discrimination and acts of brutal violence, torture, kidnapping, even murder. In 76 countries, same-sex relationships are criminalized in violation of basic rights. These abuses must end. The tide is turning. Since 1990, almost 40 countries have legalized same-sex relationships. Many more have lawfully banned discrimination against LGBT people. More and more countries now recognize the urgency and are pressing for action at the UN. In the past 4 years, this has led to the first adopted UN resolution on the issue, the first official UN report, and the first formal intergovernmental debate at the UN Human Rights Council. On the 26th of July 2013, the UN launched Free and Equal, a global campaign designed to raise awareness of homophobic and transphobic violence and discrimination, and to help stop millions of LGBT people being abused for being who they are. We must protect the basic human rights of LGBT people. But it doesn't just require changes in laws and policies. It takes changes in people's hearts and minds. Like the struggle against racism, like the struggle for gender equality, the struggle for LGBT equality will only be won if we join together, if we speak out, if we stand in the defense of the rights of others. The time to do this is now. Together we can stop violence and discrimination against LGBT people. Together we can build a world that is free and equal.
I think that video is probably kind of a revelation to a lot of people. There are some interesting things that it talks about. Notice that it links this free and equal campaign with the human rights that I've been talking about. However, out of all of that, there are a couple of things that especially caught my interest. I wonder if most people even saw them as they quickly passed before their eye. What is this? This is from that video. Did you see it? Do you wonder what that is? Why do we have these basic human rights of LGBT people represented in a pyramid, with the top of the pyramid separated from the bottom of the pyramid? Why do we have this other pyramid with 7 stars? Do you think those 7 stars could each represent 10 stars? Maybe that means 70 stars. And how come the crown, which represents a nation, why is that underneath the pyramid? And what are those lines, if not the laws of the nation under servitude to the pyramid? Does that just sound like conspiracy theory? How about this? Here's the back of your dollar bill. Annuit corpus novus ordo seclorum. Announcing conception of a new secular order. Do you see anything in common between these two seals? Do you suppose that these two seals could really be issued from the same people? Do you suppose that these symbols could therefore both be the symbols of a new secular order? So that would be a new humanist order, wouldn't it? A world order. Free and equal. Just imagine that. I'm sure to most all of us, this sounds wonderful. We want every person to be free and equal. But in what sense? And why is this coming up now? How come the founders of the United States, when they wrote the Constitution, found nothing in God's law to secure rights of LGBT people separately in the Constitution? Do you suppose they thought the rights in the Constitution were the rights for all people? And how come the Constitution doesn't even mention marriage? Could it be that they didn't think that was really their business? The business of the government? But it is now. Well, here's something that should really scare you. Here is the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. This is what she says. Every nation is obligated by international human rights law to protect all lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender LGBT people from torture, discrimination, and violence. Obligated by law. Does this mean that the United States of America, in contravention of the Constitution of this country and in violation of the oath taken by the leaders of this country, has actually made the United Nations the ruler of America? How could they subordinate God-given rights under the Constitution to human rights under the pyramid, under the UN? This is just as bad as it looks, friends. As a matter of fact, around the world, the United States and Britain have been leaders promoting the human rights espoused by the United Nations. We have here a picture of the U.S. Embassy in Vienna flying the LGBT rainbow flag. And they're celebrating the International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia. Then we have a picture of Secretary of State Clinton and an address that she made in Washington, D.C., and it says, the Obama administration has made promotion of LGBT issues a foreign policy priority. Did you know that? Have you seen that in the news? That the administration of the President of the United States has made LGBT rights a priority in our foreign policy? Rather interesting, isn't it? We have here also a picture of the Chancery of the British Embassy in Paris, also flying the LGBT rainbow flag for Pride Day, June 29th, 2013. So you see, this has been promoted for a while. And it is a global thing that's happening. And more nations are signing on board. Something from the website of the UN Dispatch. This is essentially an online UN newspaper about UN things. And it tells us the Obama administration is, quote, working behind the scenes at the UN, promoting, quote, LGBT rights, unquote. Really, I think we would have to take from this information that the administration has been a prime mover in bringing all this about. And it kind of gives new meaning, doesn't it, to those pyramids, one in the dollar bill and the other at the United Nations. Very much related to one another and working together towards a common goal. But then we've got this. The Supreme Court of the United States. Now, the duty of the Supreme Court of the United States is to judge all things according to the Constitution, which are, of course, as we've seen, meant to uphold God-given rights. However, on June 26th of 3 different years, the U.S. Supreme Court has made 3 landmark rulings in favor of what we would call LGBT rights. In 2003, they ruled that gender-based sodomy laws are unconstitutional. So, something that was a crime in many states in America was simply wiped off the books. The law was simply overturned by the Supreme Court without any kind of process, Democratic, Republic, or otherwise. No voting, except among the members of the Supreme Court. In 2013, the Supreme Court ruled that Section 3 of the Defense of Marriage Act is unconstitutional. Yes, our legislative body had actually passed a law called the Defense of Marriage Act, which stated that marriage should be defined as the union of a man and a woman. And the Supreme Court ruled that's unconstitutional. Where would they find that in the Constitution? Since the Constitution doesn't even mention marriage, but gives the decision on such things to the states. Nowhere are these things given to the federal government. Then we have June 26, 2015. And that's why we're all talking about this right now, right? The Supreme Court ruled that same-sex marriage is constitutional. Well, not all the justices agreed. In fact, the ones that didn't agree were whistleblowers. And they warned the country of the great dangers involved in these rulings. But we do notice a very strange thing here, that all of these rulings occurred on June 26th. Is that some kind of a strange foible? Perhaps just a coincidence. Maybe it has to do with this. The United Nations Charter was signed in San Francisco 70 years. 70 years earlier, on June 26th, 1945. This is when the United Nations Charter put the United Nations into action. There were a number of countries that signed on at that time, including the United States. Wikipedia says, as a charter, it is a constituent treaty. All members are bound by its articles. Furthermore, Article 103 of the Charter states that obligations to the United Nations prevail over all other treaty obligations. Do you know what that means? It means 70 years ago, the United States agreed to give the United Nations sovereignty over our country. And on the 70th anniversary of that decision, the United Nations made this historic case. And all of these cases were on this same date of June 26th. You'll have to decide for yourself what that means, but I don't have any trouble figuring it out. Then we have this. Doesn't look like the Stars and Stripes. The White House was lit to demonstrate our unwavering commitment to progress and equality. Progress as in progress towards a one-world government, perhaps. Equality as an entirely different kind of equality than the equality that's guaranteed by God-given rights. Here in America and around the world, it is a project, in fact, to bring this around the world. How can you have a globalist government otherwise? And a White House official said this: the pride colors reflect the diversity of the LGBT community, and tonight these colors celebrate a new chapter in the history of American civil rights. Certainly is a new chapter. I certainly have to agree with that. To me, I'll tell you, when I look at that, that is an apocalyptic image. So what has happened? It's like the shell game. God-given rights are now out. UN rights are now in. And it's a whole new world. Now, I'll tell you this. This applies to God-given rights across the board. You may think that you have rights guaranteed by the Constitution, and indeed you do have unalienable rights that issue from the Creator. But they're not guaranteed by the Constitution if those who are sworn to uphold the Constitution have decided to go over to another power. In that case, those rights you think you have are now not going to be protected by the government. And it will be you and I who will have our God-given rights violated. It will be you and I who will, in fact, be discriminated against. That's what will happen. Well, things are happening fast, friends. There is a global campaign now to basically tell people of every religious tradition, hey, you've got to get on board with this. Ditch the old religious convictions and get on board. Archbishop Tutu said he would not worship a homophobic God. Interesting that the Archbishop considers himself qualified to judge God. Personally, I don't. He is talking about a religion that's actually defined by human values. A humanist religion, if you will. He's not the first one to think of that. Back on June 26th of 2000, the number comes up again, the United Religions Initiative was founded. And this essentially was founded to bring all religions on board with the United Nations human rights. And they've been working to do that. And I think you would be surprised if you look at their website and you read some of the different religious organizations who are involving themselves with this. Now, they're directly connected with the United Nations. This all came out of a meeting with the United Nations. In fact, they state that on their website back in 1993. They call themselves United Religions. Say United Nations, United Religions, right? If we have United Nations, we have to have United Religions. And it's interesting, although they're willing to use the so-called separation of church and state as it is now suiting them, the United Nations says no such thing. In fact, I think Hillary said something quite to the opposite, that they intend to use religion in the service of their goals. So here we are, back to Justice Alito. And I think as we look at his comments again, they take on a lot greater meaning to anybody that's paying attention. Old beliefs, bigots, treated as such. What does that mean? It means that just as Balaam and Balak and the leaders of Midian conspired together for a way to overturn the people of God, so the enemies of God have conspired. And they have cooked up a plot that is meant to push all the people from the Judeo-Christian tradition aside, to silence them, to minimize them from having any impact on their New World Order plan. and, in fact, to persecute the saints. The saints being the holy ones of God, those who have separated themselves from the evils of this world to the service of the one and only Creator of this world. They have declared war on the saints. What does that mean? It means this. The fifth seal of Revelation chapter 6 has been opened. The night of June 26th, like a lot of believing people, I felt the weight of the change that was going on. It was like some kind of an evil dark cloud was coming over the horizon, touching everything. I wondered what it meant. I was awake late into the night, not just that night, but several nights, seeking after a word from our Creator, asking the question, what is this all about? His answer came to me very clearly, and this is it. The fifth seal has been opened. Now, this is very serious because it talks about the saints from times past who gave their lives as obedient servants of our Messiah. And they are looking on and they are seeing what is happening. And they cry with a loud voice saying, "How long, O Lord?" Now, friend, if you happen to think the pre-trib rapture is going to come and rapture you away before you will see any of this, well, it's already started and the rapture hasn't happened. How long, O Lord? Isn't that what people say when it seems like something is going on too long? That's the fifth seal. A lot of people right now are looking for this. They're looking for the pre-trib rapture to solve their problem. But friend, it's not going to. You're going to have to decide whether you really are a believer or not. They were told that they should rest until their fellow servants and their brothers, who would also be killed even as they were, should complete their course. Does that sound extreme? Do you think that can't happen in so-called enlightened countries? So-called developed countries? If that's what you think, the Scriptures disagree with you. Because the Scriptures tell us that this will happen in the whole world. And what is the trigger that starts the process by which such persecution will finally occur? Is it not setting aside God-given rights and the rule of our Creator and instead endorsing the rule of man, making, in effect, man to be God? This is no joke. And let me tell you, there will be efforts to overturn this. There will be a fight over this. But it has been given to these people to go all the way with their plans. And you need to know that now. Anything that resorts to a force of arms will fail against these people. And this is not our way as spiritual people anyway. Victory in this case means staying faithful. That's what it means, regardless of what the enemy does. That's what victory is. It's not changing this world. You know, it never was. I know some of you who are listening to me, you believed that it was your job to change the world, to change the culture. Messiah never said that. He said to be no part of the world. And this is where we're at. And if you are going to get through this, that's who you need to be. Holy, set apart, no part of the evil that this world is doing. Everything is on the line now. Your eternal future is involved. See what this is about. And I would ask you, if you understand what I'm talking about, that you get this word out. Send this video or this link to everybody you know and tell them they need to read it or they need to watch it, whatever the case may be, however they get it, whatever form they get it in. Get this out to the holy ones that they might know what they are truly dealing with. There's no reason to be afraid. That's the last thing I want to tell you about this. I want to encourage you. There is no reason to be afraid. I want to share something with you. The next day after that historic ruling, this article came out. The Star of Bethlehem, the same star that was seen 2,000 years ago announcing the Messiah. After 2,000 years, on June 30th, 2015, was visible in the sky over America. This is a reminder that though mankind may try to lift themselves up above God, they cannot control the stars. Divine law is superior. And though the scriptures say these things must happen, and it has been given to these people to pursue their goals, this is only so the question can be settled for all time as to whether or not man can rule himself or whether he needs to submit to God. So when we look at Messiah's star, among other things, I think it happened just then. It was planned just then to encourage us as we enter upon this course, this new reality, this new situation under the opening of the fifth seal, to know that the promise he has made is true, that he is with us always, even unto the end of the age. Thank you for listening, and please share this message.
Isn't the world around us going insane? Do you want to return to sanity and establish order in your life? Return to the sturdy foundation that Yahweh established in the beginning. Torah is the foundation. It is Yah's standard of righteousness that He established in the beginning. In the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, we are introduced to our Creator. We learn who He is and what His name is and what it means. His moral standard, His ways as a person, how He interacts with His people, and what He wants from us. Join Eliyahu ben David in this rich verse-by-verse study of the Torah and bring sanity back to your life. If you would like to listen to these vital programs, you can hear them for free on our radio station at tsiyon.org or download the Zion Road radio app and listen on your mobile device. You can also find our station on the TuneIn radio app for iOS and Android devices. Or become a Torah Club member at zion.net, that is tsiyon.net, for only $12 a month, and gain full access to the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash program archives in MP3 format. Join us this Sabbath for the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash and bring order back to your life.
When you call upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Call upon His holy name in the last days. Upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Father will hear your cry and answer you from on high. When you call
Hello, friends. Great to have you with us for another installment of our Remnant Expectations Prophecy Seminar. And I hope you've all been having a great Sukkot this year. As you can see, our theme tonight is Gog and the Caliphate. And I think you're going to find this interesting. We're going to be going into a history lesson tonight. We're going to be talking about some current events, and the whole idea is to get a better understanding of how the things that we've been talking about from prophecy and scripture actually overlap with real events. Before we start, why don't we just ask Yahweh's blessing on our meeting. Father, we come to you tonight and we thank you for what you've done in opening up scriptures to us, helping us understand things we didn't know before, seeing a bigger picture of things to come. And Father, we know that's because you love us and you want us to be prepared and you want us to understand the urgency of the times in which we're living and how important, Father, it truly is for us to live set-apart lives for you, walking in your will. Father, we just ask you tonight to open up our minds to understand how these events of history, these events, current events around us, actually fit in with the scriptures we've been discussing to help us all get a better picture of what you're trying to say to us through each of these messages. So we just ask you, Father, to speak tonight, and we just leave this meeting in your care and keeping through the name of Yeshua Messiah. Amen. Gog and the Caliphate. You know, we hear the word caliphate. We see it sometimes in the news. Do we understand what it means? Do we understand how that could be relevant to anything in the scriptures? Well, many of us don't because, frankly, that's from a different world than we're a part of. And you know, you can't be up on everything, right? So we are going to talk about this tonight, and I think you're going to find it very relevant. Now, over the course of the last few messages that we've shared, we've talked a lot about Gog. And this is a map that we've shown you based on scholarship. And we're not going to go into this tonight because we've covered it in detail already in other messages, showing that the land of Gog is essentially the area of modern-day Turkey. Ezekiel 38, verse 2 and verse 6 mentions many of these places here: Magog, Meshech, Tubal, Togarmah, and Gog is the leader. But we wonder about these places and these people. Who are they? Where do they come from? Why should they be a part of this prophetic picture? And in what way are they a part? Well, now we're going to go into the history somewhat of the people from this area, find out who they are, what they've done, and we're going to see how this actually does overlap with the scriptures. We're starting here with this picture. This is Attila the Hun, very scary guy. And he invaded and conquered much of Europe in the 5th century. And scholars tell us that these Huns were actually Turkic tribes from Central Asia. Not from modern-day Turkey, but from the place that the Turks in modern-day Turkey originated themselves. Here we have a map of the Göktürk Empire. And the map on the top is the Göktürk Empire. The map on the bottom is the modern-day area that it covered. So it gives you a pretty good idea of where these people are from. You might notice on the map on top, I have red lines under things. And basically, I put red lines under everything that has Turk in the name. Göktürk means celestial Turk, from heaven. And these were nomadic tribes that originated in Mongolia and ranged out through the rest of these areas. And they originated after the Asian Huns. This was the next iteration of these same people. And this is the first time in history that we start having this term Turk showing up. And these are called the Göktürks. And they spread out, became an empire with the word Turk in their state name. The Turks identify themselves as being descended of Oghuz Turks from this area, who migrated to Anatolia in the 11th century. I'm going to show you a map of what I'm talking about when I say Anatolia in a minute. Throughout history, the Turkic peoples have established numerous states in various geographical regions on the continents of Asia, Europe, and Africa. You know, a lot of people in the Western Hemisphere, where we live, When we think of the Turks, we just think, oh, those are the people that live in Turkey. And actually, we're talking about a people that range over a much wider area than just Turkey. Here we have a map of the Turkic peoples. And all these colored areas are different parts of that Turkic family. And I think you can see it's a huge area where the Turks occupy. And a little information about the Turkic peoples, they basically all are Sunni Muslims. But even though they're Sunni Muslims, they're not liked very much by the Arab Sunni Muslims because they're a different race of people and they speak a different language than the Arab Muslims. So sometimes there is conflicts because of that. Now this I found really interesting. I went to this website about world languages and looked up the Turkic branch of languages. And I actually went through and I added up all the different languages, and I came up with a number that is over 125 million people that speak some form of Turkish. And these languages are closely related to one another, so that if you speak one Turkic language, you can probably understand another one and talk in it. It's a lot like, for instance, here in Texas, people speak a certain way, but if they go to England, they're still going to be able to speak with the people in England or in Australia. That's what it's like with the Turkish languages. But I have to say, I was really surprised about how many people actually speak these languages. 125 million is a lot of people that share that language. And when people share the same language, they share a common culture as well. And they share a certain connection with one another. And so all these Turkic people do have that connection with one another. Well, now that we understand a little bit about these folks and where they're from and their language, their connection to each other, we want to look at this map of Anatolia. This area that we think of today as modern-day Turkey historically is known as Anatolia or the Anatolian Peninsula. And you know what? Turks didn't always live there. This whole area, for instance, in Bible times, in New Testament times, this was all occupied by Greek-speaking people. In fact, many of the places there were visited by the apostles and are mentioned in the scriptures. All of the 7 churches that are mentioned in the book of Revelation were in this area. So that gives you some idea about it. The Turks never even were there during all of the Bible times. As I mentioned, the term Gökturk is a word that means celestial Turks. The Turkish people that live there now are people that migrated west from those other areas I was showing you. From Turkestan, Mongolia, that whole area. And they migrated west and eventually they went as far as Eastern Europe. You find them on the Iranian plateau. Here in Anatolia is a real center of the Turkic people. And there were waves of these people that came across west. After many battles, after centuries of time, they established the Ottoman Empire. And they came into contact with Islam. And they gradually adopted Islam as their religion. I found this picture showing some of the Gok Turks. And you know, when I looked up this history, I was kind of amazed at the name of these people. Because the word Gok is essentially the same as Gog. It's just a matter of what your accent is, how you would say it. So it's essentially the same word. And these people live in the same place that the book of Ezekiel talks about. But it's talking about them in that place 1,000 years before they were there. And it's even using this name that is their name. One more amazing thing from the book of both Daniel and Ezekiel. Well, let's talk about the Ottoman Empire. These people eventually established the Ottoman Empire from Anatolia. And this was founded at the end of the 13th century, so during the Middle Ages. This is quite late, if you think about it. This is not all that long ago in historical time. And it's these same people that did it. I find this interesting because it's like the Huns all over again. You know, the Huns just swept west, conquering everything in their path all the way into Europe. This is what the Ottomans did. All the way to Spain. They occupied Spain. That's how far west they got. The Ottoman Sultanate was transformed into a transcontinental empire and claimant to the Caliphate. What does that mean? Well, this is the Caliphate as envisioned by Muslims. All of this was or is occupied by Muslims at some time. And once it's been occupied by Muslims, it's Muslim. That's how they think, that's how they see it. It's part of their caliphate. And the caliphate is the area in which the caliph rules. In simple terms, it's the Islamic kingdom of Allah. It's the counterfeit kingdom, friends. This is the kingdom of Satan, otherwise known as Allah. This is in competition with the kingdom of Messiah. Spread entirely differently. Spread at the point of a sword rather than persuading people in their hearts and minds. That's the way of Messiah and his kingdom. It's a kingdom of blood, is really what it is. Here's the Ottoman Empire in 1566. As you can see, it doesn't include quite as much territory as the full caliphate would, but most of it. And of course, eventually, the plan is the caliphate will take over the whole world. That's the plan. This is the Ottoman Empire at the height of its power under Suleiman the Magnificent. And it was truly a huge empire, with Constantinople as its capital and lands around the Mediterranean basin. The Ottoman Empire was at the center of East and West for 6 centuries. This huge empire was all centered in Turkey. During a period of peace, There weren't many of those. In the 1700s, the Ottoman military kind of fell behind in technology and methods. And it fell behind the Europeans. And so it began to lose some of its territories. So when World War I came around in 1914, the Ottoman Empire threw in with the Nazis and joined them. And what they had in mind was recovering these territories they once had had. And it didn't turn out quite like they planned, because thankfully the Nazis were defeated. And of course, the Ottomans were defeated also. And this resulted in the loss of the Middle East territories that they continued to hold, and really a loss of their empire, their monarchy, and their caliphate. And if you look at the map, the lighter orange color is areas that the Ottomans had held but had lost by 1914. The darker orange is territories that they still held as of 1914. So you notice what that was. It was all of Anatolia. It was pretty much all of modern-day Iraq, Syria, down into Saudi Arabia, includes the area they called Palestine, where modern-day Israel is now. All of that area had belonged to the Ottomans before 1914. And so things changed a lot after 1914. And we want to talk about some of the changes that happened at that time. Here you have some of the handsome faces of some of the caliphs that ruled over the centuries. And one thing that you'll find out as you look into the history of the Ottoman Empire is that this was an exceedingly cruel empire that ruled with an iron fist. And that remained true about the caliphate right to the end. And I have a couple examples for you. In this map, you're looking at Anatolia, and all the colored areas are areas that were predominantly Greek at the beginning of World War I. And as you can see, that's quite a large area. And this is as of 1910. Well, the Turks felt they wanted to cleanse the population. And they just wanted to have people of Turkic ancestry. Most of these Greeks, by the way, were Greek Orthodox Christians. And they had been there all along. As a matter of fact, the 7 assemblies that are mentioned in the book of Revelation all existed there at that time. What happened is called the Greek genocide, because the Ottomans basically wanted to wipe out the Greek population. And they did that through massacres, forced deportations involving death marches, summary expulsions, arbitrary executions, and the destruction of Christian Orthodox monuments, culture, history, everything wiped out. In the course of this, there were several 100,000 Ottoman Greeks who were killed in the Greek genocide. Even worse than the Greek genocide was the Armenian genocide. And what you're seeing here is an actual picture of Armenians that were ordered by the Turkic authorities to gather in the main square of their city. And they were told they were going to be deported. Actually, the entire crowd was massacred. And this was not unusual. During the Armenian Holocaust or genocide, the Ottoman government systematically exterminated 1.5 million Armenians. This was in 1915, so this is about 100 years ago. Interestingly, the Turkic government today claims this never happened. And there's so much evidence, so many pictures, so much documentary evidence that it happened. And it was the moderate Muslims that did it. The Caliphate. The political religious state comprising the Muslim community and the lands and peoples under its dominion in the centuries following the death of the Prophet Muhammad. The Caliphate was ruled by a caliph. And caliph means successor. So the caliph is the successor of Muhammad, like the Pope is the successor of Peter. Get the picture? And the caliph, for hundreds of years, were the Ottoman sultans, originating there in Turkey. And as you're going to see as we go along, even though in 1924 the caliphate was supposed to have been abolished, the claim is that it never was abolished and that this succession of the caliphs has continued on. Here you have a map of what happened after World War I. And this map should look a lot more familiar to you because what happened with the Allies is essentially they repartitioned the Middle East. So you see places that look more familiar to you now. Syria, Iraq were cut off from Turkey as separate entities. You can see Transjordan, which today is essentially the same as Jordan. You see Palestine there. All of this came about after World War I. So let's say that you are a Muslim in Turkey, and the caliphate has ruled all of these areas for hundreds of years, and then you get to this point in time where foreign powers are now taking that away from you and drawing lines on a map and saying that's the countries now. Do you think you would accept that as being the true boundaries of those countries? See, in that mindset, they don't really accept that. What they basically see this as is kind of a parenthesis in history. They believe it's just a matter of time before those artificial lines are erased and the caliphate is reestablished. We're going to talk about that more in a few minutes, but actually last year I put together much of this presentation, and I had already pieced together several different snips from videos to kind of give you a picture of the country of Turkey today and what has been going on with Turkey. And some of it is not great quality, but I just couldn't find this footage anywhere else, and I didn't want you to miss it. So please bear with me on the things that aren't really good quality. This is a fairly long video. I think it's about 20 minutes, but I think you'll get a lot from it if you just pay attention to it, and we'll talk some more after the video is over.
Turkey is a country of ambitious targets, the 16th largest economy of the world today. Turkey, the land of opportunities, the land of growth, the land of potential. Aiming to become one of the largest 10 economies of the world in 2023, aiming at a national income of $2 trillion US in 2023, aiming at an average per capita income of $25,000 US, aiming at exports totaling $500 billion US.
The Turkish president has unveiled his new presidential palace amidst huge controversy. Opposition politicians have mocked the extravagance of the palace, which has 1,000 rooms and is understood to have cost more than €270 million. They say it's evidence of the president's autocratic tendencies. Environmentalists are angry that the complex has been built on one of the city's best preserved green spaces and that hundreds of trees were cut down. It was originally planned as a palace for the Prime Minister, but once Erdogan stepped down as Prime Minister and was voted in as President, the plans changed.
Erdogan is a hero in the Arab world. Did Turkey abandon its EU dreams? And why is it looking towards the east?
There was a time when Turkey had looked west and never looked back. Some say that the drift began in 2002 when the Justice and Development Party, rooted in the country's Islamist movement, came to power. But others, like the US Secretary of Defense Robert Gates, lay the blame for Turkey's increasing independence squarely on European states opposed to Turkey's EU accession process, which has ground to an almost complete halt since it kicked off in 2005.
I personally think that if there is anything to the notion that Turkey is, if you will, moving eastward, it is, in my view, in no small part because it was pushed, and pushed by some in Europe refusing to give Turkey the kind of organic link to the West that Turkey sought.
He said, "This assessment has merits. The reality is that some EU member states, notably France, Germany and Austria, have become openly hostile to Turkish membership in recent years. France's President Nicolas Sarkozy and Germany's Chancellor Angela Merkel have stated that they would prefer Turkey to be granted what they call a privileged partnership with the EU, instead of full membership."
Why should we build Europe with countries that are not European? I am in favor of an agreement with Turkey, of a common market with Turkey, but integrating Turkey into Europe, well, no, and I don't think it's necessarily a good thing for the Turks.
This came as a shock and an insult to the Turkish government and people who had witnessed Eastern European countries, once hostile to the West, ascend to the EU. But why shouldn't Turkey look east? Trade between Turkey and all 22 members of the Arab League has more than doubled over the past 5 years. In addition, with Turkey having no energy resources of its own, Iran is its second biggest source of energy imports after Russia, supplying roughly 1/3 of Turkey's total natural gas consumption last year, 10 billion cubic meters. The West's loss of Turkey has frightening strategic consequences, as was evident in Turkey's stance on Iran.
The Turkish parliament is asking the Turkish government to review its political, military, and economic relationship with Israel.
Its stance against Israel has also embarrassed U.S. allied Arab states such as Egypt, which have shied away from confronting Israel despite popular demands to do so.
Israel does not want to shoot anybody.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Israel left Gaza completely. No occupation. Israel does not want to shoot anybody. For us, all children are as important as one can think of.
With apologies to Prime Minister Erdogan.
1 minute.
1 minute. 1 minute. Well, you know.
1 minute. Come on. 1 minute.
Okay.
1 minute.
I'm going to hold you to the 1 minute, please.
Sesin çok yüksek çıkıyor. Biliyorum ki sesinin bu kadar çok yüksek çıkması bir suçluluk psikolojisinin gereğidir. Benim sesim bu kadar yüksek çıkmayacak. Bunu da böyle bilesin. Öldürmeye gelince sizi öldürmeyi çok iyi bilirsiniz. Plajlardaki çocukları nasıl öldürdüğünüzü, nasıl vurduğunuzu çok iyi biliyorum. Ülkenizde başbakanlık yapmış olan 2 kişinin bana önemli lafları vardır. Tankların üzerinde Filistin'e girdiğim zaman kendimi bir başka mutlu addediyorum diyen başbakanlarınız vardır. Sözümü kesmeyin.
With apologies, we really do need to get people to dinner.
Tevrat 6. maddesinde der ki öldürmeyeceksin. Devlet vasfını kazandığını belirtiyor.
I want to ask you to defer to our host.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
To our host.
Benim için de bundan böyle Davos bitmiştir. Daha Davos'a gelmem. Bunlar böyle bilirsiniz.
Let me turn this over to our host. Prime Minister,
Ladies,
Professor Schwab.
Thank you very much. If you stay for a moment.
Since his Justice and Development Party came to power in 2002, Erdogan has been accused by his detractors that he's trying to reclaim the former grandeur of Turkey's Ottoman Empire era. But in Egypt, a reader of Al-Masri Al-Yawm newspaper dubbed Erdogan as the Caliph of Muslims in comments posted on its website, and his namesake is now popular with newborns in Gaza.
Kardeşlerim, Abdülhamit'ten Selahaddinlere selam getirdim.
جئت لكم بالسلام من صلاح الدين حتى السلطان عبد الحميد.
Türkiye'de 70 milyon Abdülhamit var. Hepsi sizin yanınızda.
في تركيا هناك 70 مليون سلطان عبد الحميد وكلهم معكم.
Zaferimiz mübarek olsun.
مبارك عليكم النصر.
Bundan 3-4 sene önce Hamas'a terörist diyorlardı.
قبل 4 سنوات كان هناك من يقول أن حماس إرهابية.
Yahudiler çocuklarımızı ve kadınlarımızı öldürürken diyorlardı ki Muhammed öldü, kızları kaldı.
كان اليهود عندما يقتلون أطفالنا ونساءنا يقولون أن محمد مات وبقيت البنات.
Biz buradayız, Türkiye'deyiz, Mısır'dayız, Suriye'deyiz, her yerdeyiz. Bizim kızlarımız ve çocuklarımız da sizi yener.
نحن هنا في مصر والسودان وسوريا وتركيا وفي كل مكان نساؤنا وأطفالنا ورجالنا معكم.
الله أكبر ولله الحمد. الله أكبر ولله الحمد. الله أكبر ولله الحمد. Onların bombaları var,
nükleer silahları var, kimyasal silahları var. Ama bizim yüreğimiz var, cesaretimiz var, Allah'tan başkasından korkmamamız var.
استخدموا سلاحهم النووي والكيميائي وكل أسلحتهم ونحن ليس لدينا إلا قلوبنا الشجاعة ورجالنا بعد الله عز وجل.
Size şunu söyleyeyim. Eğer bu ateşkes olmasaydı İstanbul, Ankara, Diyarbakır, tüm Türkiye katledeydik.
لولا أن هذه المعركة لم تتوقف لولا وقت إطلاق النار لتحركت إسطنبول وأنقرة وديار بكر وكل تركيا معكم واتجهت إليكم.
ولا تركيا تحية ومن حماس الآبية ولا تركيا تحية من غزة الآبية. Ey cennetin çocukları, size sesleniyorum. Yalnız değilsiniz. Biz sizi çok seviyoruz.
يا أبناء الجنة أنتم لستم وحدكم في الميدان نحن نحبكم ومعكم في كل لحظة.
Değerli kardeşlerim, bütün Türkiye sizle beraber. Şimdi sıra ambargonun kaldırılmasına geldi.
يا إخواني الأعزاء تركيا كلها معكم اليوم الدور على رفع الحصار بإذن الله.
Ben buradan tüm İslam dünyasının liderlerine sesleniyorum.
ومن هنا أطب كل قيادات العالم الإسلامي.
Tüm halklara sesleniyorum.
أخاطب كل الشعوب.
Filistin'in yanında olmayan tahtlar sağlanacaktır.
كل من لم يقف بجانب فلسطين سينتهي ويندحر.
Dün gece dünyada her şey döndü. Artık İslam'ın lehine döndü.
في الدنيا كل شيء تغير وكل شيء يتجه نحو الإسلام.
Bütün liderler Tayyip Erdoğan gibi olsun isteyecek bütün İslam halkları.
كل الشعوب الإسلامية ستطالب قادتها أن تكون مثل السيد رجب طيب أردوغان.
Son olarak şunu söyleyeyim.
وبالختام أقول لكم
Allah'ın koruduğu, meleklerin yardım ettiği Filistinli kardeşlerim.
يا إخوان الفلسطينيين الذين حماهم الله وحفظتهم الملائكة.
Elimizden gelse sizi buradan alır İstanbul'a götürürüz. İstanbul'u buraya getirir. Bu bombaların altına kendimiz gireriz.
والله نتمنى لو استطعنا أخذكم من هنا إلى إسطنبول ونحضر أنفسنا هنا لنتلقى عنكم القنابل والمتفجرات.
Gelecek, yürüyüş yapacak. Bunu bütün alem bilsin.
I'm not like my predecessors. I am Sultan Mahmud Khan.
Turkish president calls on Muslims to invade Jerusalem. Turkish President Erdogan is calling on all Turks to refocus on the Ottoman goal of reconquering Jerusalem for Islam and unite the Shiites and Sunnis for that same goal. Today President Erdogan of Turkey gave a speech that no one in the English media is reporting. The Anadolu agency, which is like the Reuters of Turkey, reported on it, and several Arabic sources have now picked up on it. And the speech he gave included a few lines where he talked about invading Jerusalem. Unfortunately, we the Muslims lost our aim to head towards Jerusalem. The water of our eyes froze, making us blind, and our hearts that was destined to beat for Jerusalem is now instead conditioned for rivalry, being in a state of war with each other. While it points out that Erdogan is calling on all Turks to refocus on the Ottoman goal of reconquering Jerusalem for Islam. Even more so, Erdogan also wants to reunite the Muslim world, Shiites and Sunnis, for that same goal. Erdogan's desire to end strife and unite Sunnis and Shiites to aim towards Jerusalem was made in the state of Erzincan, central Turkey, in which he expressed his desire for the place to become suitable for Al-Isra al-Miraj, Muhammad's ascension to heaven and descent to Jerusalem, where he claimed is the cause of goodness, descending from heaven over all the Muslim nations. Right now the Middle East is in chaos, from Saudi Arabia's war with Iran in Yemen to the civil war in Syria that just won't end, to the chaos in Libya where multiple terrorist groups are vying for control of Libya. Erdogan sees all this and believes this state of war has clouded the vision of Muslims from their true aspiration of marching on Jerusalem.
I think there's a lot in that video. My general impression of the things in that video is that we don't see a lot of this in our news media. Turkey is a member of NATO, one of our allies. Certainly, if we were to say moderate Muslims, we would think a NATO member would fit that. And yet, I think what we see in the video out of the mouth of their own people shows you that really their thinking is a lot more like the people we call radical Muslims than anything we would consider moderate. And I think we also can say they've never given up the idea of reestablishing the caliphate. And it's the country of Turkey that believes that they are the successors. And they should actually be the leaders of the caliphate. So now we're going to talk about that, resurrecting the caliphate. What you're looking at here originally was in a Syrian journal. This is a blueprint for the Islamic Caliphate by 2020. It lays out a 7-step plan to reestablish the caliphate. And remarkably, if you look at this step by step, you just look at current events, and this has been followed and is being followed right now. In other words, people from the West look at what's going on in the Middle East and it just looks like chaos. We don't really think about what's going on. But what you need to realize is that there is a movement to reestablish the caliphate. That's really what it's all about. Because the caliphate is the vehicle by which they believe that they will conquer the world. So reestablishing the caliphate is everything. And there is an actual plan for that. Now, this has been stepping up. For instance, in March of 2016, there was a Khalifa conference. Khalifa is the Arabic name for the caliph. This was held in Ankara, Turkey, and there were many thousands of people there at this conference, all essentially calling for the reestablishment of the caliphate. And this is not just in Turkey, all over the Middle East, this is what people are calling for. And I just think if in the West we understood what was really going on, if they would tell us that this is an organized effort to reestablish the caliphate, then we would understand all this chaos. But they don't tell us that. They just tell us about the religion of peace. They don't tell us about reestablishing the caliphate. But the truth is, this is a huge movement throughout all of the Muslim world. And all the different groups that we see at work in the Middle East, they all have a part in this. And of course, I think what stands out to most of us is the Islamic State, who even claim to be a caliphate. And we often wonder, why do so many people stream into ISIS from all the different Muslim countries? The reason they do that is because they believe in the caliphate. And they believe if the caliphate has been announced, then it is their duty as good Muslims to fight for the caliphate, to establish the caliphate. And all of the things that you see happen with the Islamic State, cutting off people's heads of everybody that's not along with them, the slavery, all of that, this is all part of the Ottoman Empire and the caliphate over the hundreds of years. There's nothing different about it. This is how the caliphate has always operated. And so when they are reestablishing the caliphate, they're going to do what the caliphate always did. So, it's very shocking to us in the West when we see all this, and by all means it is shocking. But when you have this historical perspective, and you understand what this movement is about, for them it's about reestablishing the Islamic kingdom on earth. They believe in that, and that's what they're trying to do. Now, this brings us to a consideration of President Erdogan in Turkey. Some say Erdogan. That's another pronunciation. I use just the more American kind of pronunciation, Erdogan. And in some ways, this man is very much like other world leaders, interacts with European leaders and so on, part of NATO. And yet, there's certain things about him and his presidency that are very disturbing. Here's an article that I thought was very interesting from Maclean's magazine from Canada, Resurrecting the Ottoman Empire. And basically, it's talking about Erdogan, and they see him as reestablishing the Ottoman Empire and essentially being the leader of the Muslims. Here's another interesting article from the Financial Times. This is from just this last May, 2016. Erdogan seeks limitless power. This is after he just put some of his critics in the press into jail because he didn't like what they said about him. And the article says, as Mr. Erdogan moves towards an all-powerful executive presidency, there is no room for a rival center of power, however flimsy. Well, one man's all-powerful executive presidency is another man's caliphate. It's the same thing, just using modern language that can be accepted by other countries and so on, but operating as a caliphate with one man having all the power. Well, a lot has happened since last year when I put that video together that I shared with you. Some of these things I've just shown you now. Clearly, President Erdogan is becoming more dictatorial, and so we have these articles about him. And of course, last July, we had the coup in Turkey. And a lot of us could have missed it because there's been so much about Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump that we're missing a lot of what's going on in the world. But one of the big things that happened was a coup in Turkey. And the people were on Erdogan's side. So the coup was quickly overturned. You know, that's kind of hard for Westerners to understand. It's kind of like the more dictatorial governments get in the Middle East, it seems like the more the people like them. They don't have the same kind of sentiment that we have in the West valuing freedom. Really, they don't talk about freedom very much. It's not really a value of theirs. Everything for them has to do with Islam and reestablishing Sharia law, reestablishing the caliphate. And so as a leader becomes stronger and stronger, they see that as a good thing because that's moving closer to getting the caliphate reestablished. So that's what happened with the coup. The people didn't want the coup to happen, and when called upon, the people themselves rose up against the coup. And it was truly an amazing thing to see this happen. Well, the aftermath of the coup was pretty amazing. And by the way, I don't really think that Erdogan staged the coup, even though the coup actually ended up to help him. But there's good evidence that a rival of his who lives in Pennsylvania was actually behind this. And WikiLeaks even says that the Clintons were involved. So that's kind of an interesting little note to think about. You see, the thing is, Erdogan hasn't really been getting in line with NATO very well. And NATO's been kind of upset with him. And it would be kind of good if we just kind of replaced him with somebody else that we could tell what to do. So it's very possible that it was Western powers that were really behind the coup, helping some of the competitors of Erdogan in Turkey. But he's really so popular among the people that they weren't able to pull it off. Here's some interesting news about this. This was in Yahoo News this July. Turkey's Erdogan cleans house to form a more perfect Islamic state. And basically, he used the coup as an excuse to get rid of everybody he didn't like. It reminds you totally about what happened 100 years ago when the government back then basically cleaned house in Turkey and got rid of all the Greeks, all the Armenians, and so on. Well, this time, 57,000 soldiers, police, judges, civil servants who were suspected of complicity in the coup were arrested or suspended. 57,000. Even children were arrested. And according to Amnesty International, detainees were tortured in order to extract information from them. So it wasn't only a purge of people who were disloyal, but it was truly a violent purge. And these are some of the pictures. It gives you an idea of what that purge was really like. Here's more about it. Shows you the massive numbers of people, including people like teachers, police officers, members of the judiciary, deans of universities, people in finance, even clerics, and so on, were detained, purged, and who knows what. So it was quite an extensive purge. Where things are at this point, I think, is put forth pretty well in this article from Voice of America. Critics, even supporters, say Erdogan is the man who would be caliph. People see him as really casting himself in that role. That's how he sees himself, as the caliph. And this vast palace he made that you saw, well, there's a plan behind that. All of these different rooms are for representatives of the different nations under the caliph. So that's what that's really about, so that they can all set up their different offices from all the different nations in which there are Muslims taking their place under the authority of the caliph. This is known to be Erdogan's aspiration. And no doubt, he, along with his supporters, all believe this is a good thing, because this is a reestablishment of the Ottoman Empire, of the caliphate, and what they need to do in order to continue their effort to convert the world at the point of a sword to Islam. And as it said in this particular article, they claim that the caliphate was never abolished. Now think about what that means. If the caliphate belonged to Turkey all along, to the Ottomans, and it was never abolished, what does that make Erdogan, the current leader? The caliph, right? So that is their position. That is what is really going on in the Middle East. That's what's at the heart of the entire thing. Well, now that we understand that, let's take a look at something else that we've talked about recently. You know, we've talked about the king of the north and the king of the south, and the fact that there would be a competition that would come about between the king of the north, the king of the south, Turkey and Egypt, that would eventually lead to the events in the book of Daniel and the book of Ezekiel, namely the attack of Gog of Magog. Well, you know, while I'm putting this together, if I was going to write an article myself to go in this, I couldn't come up with a better title than this article from Foreign Affairs magazine. Turkey and Egypt's Great Game in the Middle East. Isn't that exactly what the king of the north and the king of the south is about? This game between Turkey and Egypt. And here there's an article about it. The regional powerhouses square off. And you see, Egypt has a peace treaty with Israel. So they don't join in with the Turks in berating Israel. However, there's a lot of individual Egyptians that do. As you saw in that video, right? All of those Egyptians screaming out, Turkey, right? Because they all want the caliphate. But the government in Egypt doesn't want that to happen because they have a peace treaty with Israel and they have been benefiting from it. So this is a bone of contention between Turkey and Egypt. And there's this competition between them over this very issue. And because they have this issue, they have issues about a lot of other things. You know how people can be sometimes, right? If they're at odds with each other over one thing, then everything the other person does is wrong. Well, that's what Turkey and Egypt are like with each other. So it is a great game in the Middle East. And you know what the game is about is that they're each trying to influence the Middle East. And Egypt, they want to smooth things out. They want to have peace. They want to have prosperity for their country. I'm talking now about the leadership in Egypt. And they feel that's what's best. Whereas Turkey, NATO member, is sending their minister to the Gaza Strip, to Hamas, saying, we're with you, we're fighting for you, and even saying, all of us Muslims, we have to attack Israel. So just two very, very different ways of looking at things. This is Turkey and Egypt. And I think this shows you to a large degree how important this Egyptian peace treaty with Israel really has been. It's been really a pillar of stability. But, you know, now all the stability in the Middle East is breaking down. We're seeing that happen. So this really is watching the king of the north and the king of the south in competition with one another. It's an amazing thing to be seeing this emerging here in the 21st century. Because, you know, for quite a long time, Turkey had a completely democratic government, secular government, and that all changed basically in the 21st century. So all of that is new. Not that the people stopped being Muslim, but the government behaved as a secular government. And that's all changing, as we've seen. Well, what could possibly bring about the things that the scriptures say that eventually Turkey would want to come down into Egypt? Well, of course, we have this difference of opinion over Israel and things connected with Israel. But it's interesting, in Daniel 11, it doesn't really talk about that. Instead, it has Turkey coming down into Egypt in order to get the wealth of Egypt. Well, Erdogan has a problem. Even though they have such a great country in terms of wealth, sixth largest military just in the country of Turkey, without talking about their allies. They've got so much going for them, but what they don't have is a drop of oil or any natural gas. They don't have their own source of power in Turkey. What you see happen with them is they'll have problems with Russia, but then they'll cozy back up to Russia. The reason that happens is because they need Russia's natural gas and oil supplies. Russia is close by, and that's a source for them of gas. Do they like that? Not really. You might remember when Turkey shot down a Russian jet in Syria. And, of course, this caused problems, caused economic problems. There's a lot of commerce between Turkey and Russia. So, even though sometimes they don't really agree with Russia, they always have to go back and make peace with Russia when there's a problem because of this. Because they need the power from Russia. And, you know, if I was the Sultan of the Caliphate, I would think, well, this is intolerable. What I really need is my own source of power. And after all, I am the Caliph. And I just need an excuse to do it. So, where can I find some power out there? Well, interestingly, just last summer, off the coast of Egypt, the largest Mediterranean gas field found, located off the coast of Egypt. And you know, we really don't like those Egyptians much anyway. Let's just go down and grab that. Well, I'm not saying that's going to happen tomorrow or next year. But I am saying this is a problem that's not going to go away. And when the time is right, that certainly would be a big incentive to go and get that gas. So when we look at all of these events, we look at the world history, we look at the current events and how things have been rapidly changing, I think what we see is we're not stretching to say that the caliphate is rising. There's a specific plan to bring about the caliphate. The plan is progressing. There's a lot of Islamic people that want the caliphate. And we have certainly the top contender for the caliph in Erdogan. Now, do we know if Erdogan will end up being Gog of Ezekiel? He certainly could be. But, you know, it could be a successor. It could be that he has put things on a certain road and somebody will come in after him. But any way you look at it, the caliphate is rising and coming into place exactly at this point in time when we would see these events coming up in the foreseeable future. And I think that's pretty amazing. Just more events that are exactly fitting the prophetic pattern. I have one last slide. I happen to like this one. Here's what they're thinking about the caliphate. They're having a lot of success. They think they're finally going to make it. They think they're going to reestablish the caliphate. They think they're going to get rid of Israel and reestablish their glory days of the Ottoman Empire. Reestablish the kingdom of Allah. But Yahweh is using this to draw them into his plan to reestablish his kingdom in the world. So, you know, sometimes when you watch things like this and it seems like people who are doing evil things are succeeding, and it's very troubling to watch that, just realize that there's no one that can outthink Yahweh. There's no one that's going to move a piece on the board that he didn't know about ahead of time. And really, all these events that we're looking at, all of them are going to take us closer to the establishment of the Messianic kingdom in the world. So, we can just praise his name in the midst of all of this, knowing and understanding that Yahweh is truly in charge of history. That's what I have to say about Gog and the Caliphate. And I want to thank you for being with us tonight. And now I'm going to turn the meeting back over to my daughter, Abigail.
Prophetic Fulfillments Just Ahead is a seminar by Eliyahu ben David on Bible prophecy concerning the scattered remnant of Israel. Featuring 7 hours of Bible prophecy, plus bonus content. Understand prophecy about the last days. Discover lost truth about the remnant. Order your copy today at truthpoint.info.
As you can see here with our title, this is about the tribulation trigger. And on my graphic, doesn't it just make you not want to push that button? Well, I think it helps us if we know what does push that button. Then we'll understand what's going to be happening. We'll be ready for what's about to happen. And these things are included in Scripture to make us ready here in these last days. It's very interesting that the book of Ezekiel speaks of Gog. And it says, you shall come like a storm, you shall be like a cloud. And in Daniel, it says that the king of the north will come like a whirlwind, which to me is about the same thing as a swift cloud. And in Isaiah here, where it mentions a swift cloud, the word cloud actually means darkness. And it's reminiscent to me of Joel chapter 2, where it talks about Gog as a locust horde. And when a locust horde comes, it's like a cloud that fills the sky. It connects these celestial events with the great day of his wrath. So, the great day of his judgment has been ongoing, but now the great day of his wrath begins, where he's actually pouring out vengeance upon the wicked. And this outpouring of his wrath begins with the destruction of Gog and Gog's hordes.
Supernatural Warfare, Fight to Win, 2020. This is a fresh edit of last year's New Year message. Current events make this message even more relevant right now. Believers are in a war, and the COVID-19 pandemic reminds us we must develop a wartime mindset as we move into the more difficult days.
We have a verse that we're going to have as our theme verse for the year, 2 Timothy 2:3. You therefore must endure hardship as a good soldier of Messiah Yeshua. You know, I couldn't find one with kittens and bunnies in it, so I chose this one instead. No, this is not the message that most people want to be hearing, is it? To endure hardship. That's not what we want to hear. However, we're living in the last days, and things really are changing. We are called to be soldiers of Messiah Yeshua, spiritual fighters for the kingdom. To do that as a soldier, to be a good soldier, well, you must endure hardship. And this is what the scriptures tell us. And all the more so in the times that we're living. So our theme is supernatural warfare, fight to win. We're actively part of Messiah's army, and we are doing things. We are acting on behalf of the kingdom, and we intend to be effective. So that's our stance. Now, sometimes out there, it gets kind of rough. Maybe this picture makes sense to some of you. You know, maybe you have been through some spiritual chaos like this, and it kind of feels like, oh, where is the nearest foxhole? And you might wonder, well, why is this happening, that we're experiencing such things? And it's because we are soldiers in a universal battlefield. That's really the reason. So some people are not real aware of the spiritual battle. And because they're not aware, when the spiritual battle comes and visits them at their door, they wonder, how did this happen? How did I end up in the middle of this spiritual battlefield? You know, I just kind of wanted to experience grace and, you know, love and the good stuff. I didn't want this whole battlefield experience, you know? Well, here's where we need to have a little review so that we will remember where the battle came from. And just a few simple things here. The universal war started here, in the garden, right? We had the beautiful place. We had the paradise where everything was perfect. Unfortunately, we could not keep it. That's kind of the bottom line. So what happened is the spirit creature we call the devil came into the garden in the guise of a snake and tempted our first parents. And you kind of wonder, like, okay, you've got a paradise, you've got everything, how could you be tempted? We're so innocent and so thinking that nobody was going to do anything bad to them, that the enemy was just able to lead them right down the garden path to destruction. And look at what it has brought on all the generations of mankind since then. And this was the beginning of the war. And realize it was not our Creator that started the war. It was the rebels that started the war against Him. They thought they could do better than Him. And they thought that they could take over the rulership from the Creator, who rightfully has the right to rule what He created. So what happened there in the garden is he spoke a prophecy to those involved, including to the serpent. He said, I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He will bruise your head and you will bruise his heel. So this was a prophecy of what would happen. Enmity is hatred, isn't it? So from this point on, the war was on. So what was the objective of the war? The rebel objective was universal dominion, to steal dominion away from the Creator and from his seed, if you will, and to grasp onto it for themselves. Because it wasn't just the serpent. The serpent developed a seed. We have to realize about this war that there is a great personal cost to those who are deceived by the enemy. This is from the book of Revelation. Anyone whose name was not found recorded in the book of life was thrown into the lake of fire. Eternity is at stake in the war. Your eternity is at stake. My eternity is at stake. So this is why we cannot afford to be overconfident or to ignore the war. Because ever since then, the war has been ongoing. So what happened back there? Well, the serpent got busy reproducing other rebels like himself in both heaven and earth. This was at the beginning of the war. And right away, he started having amazing success. It must have been startling, really, both in heaven and on earth as the population of mankind grew, to see the incredible success that the enemy was having. People were choosing him over their Creator. Before long, it got this bad. Genesis tells us the earth was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. Elohim saw the earth and saw that it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. Things got so bad that other than Noah and his family, the whole world was corrupt. At this point, the Creator had to step in to save the creation that he had made. And as we know, he washed the world clean. So then you had this fresh new start, right? You had this experience of what happens when people follow the enemy. So what you would think would happen is that things would be different after the flood. And as people came about on the earth, they would fear the true God. Actually, it got just as bad again as it was before the flood. There weren't so many people in the world yet. There was, however, a large population who were all gathered in the same area. They resented the flood, in fact. And they resented that the Creator would intervene in the way that he did. There were instigators that were raised up by the enemy who maligned the Creator. And they chose to follow the enemy and to follow the other fallen ones that were with him. And they decided to turn their back on their Creator, literally to ignore him, and maybe he would go away. And they built a tower. The purpose of the tower was to commune with evil spirits. So if you think of this, this is the fathers and mothers of the entire human race that turned their back on the Creator. And Romans 1:28 is talking about this when it says, Just as they did not see fit to acknowledge God any longer, God gave them over to a depraved mind to do those things which are not proper. So from this time forward, because of this choice of mankind, the devil and those with him have had rulership over the earth. They are, in fact, ruling over the earth. However, the Creator has not given up his right to rule. So at times when he's needed to do it, he intervenes. And there's really a war between these spiritual powers. And I think it's good to note that when we look at the flood, we realize that our Father in heaven, who is all-powerful, could just wipe out the enemy. But as we see from that first prophecy in the garden, that was not his way. He was going to allow this war to actually move forward through time to come to its conclusion, to give every person an opportunity to choose which side they want to be on. Many times people don't know that they're choosing, but they are, by the things they're doing in their life and the things they're not doing. They're choosing which side of the war they want to be on. And of course, the enemy of mankind continues to do what he did in the garden. He wants to close the eyes of people to what the truth is, to the Creator, and instead lull them into a false sense of security, to cause them to become totally absorbed with their own selves, their own feelings, their own desires. And this is what most people fall into. That's really sad that that's true. However, there have been some that have had their eyes open and choose the other side in the war, the side of the Creator. But it is a war if you choose that. And you need to know that going in. You need to understand as a believer that you're at war and that you're fighting for something. And that's very important to understand. After this happened and the whole world rejected our Creator, he made a counter move. This is all like a big chess game. And he made a counter move of creating one nation for himself out of all the nations of the world. All the other nations, they belonged to these other evil spirit gods. But he raised up one nation to represent the true God in the world. And we know he did this through the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel, which name means he will rule as God. Exodus 19:5 and 6 tell us what Yahweh said to his nation at Mount Sinai, where he first assembled them as a nation. He says, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, then you shall be my own possession from among all peoples. For all the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words which you shall speak to the children of Israel. They agreed. And they entered into this covenant. It's easy to say you're going to do something. Over time, it's harder to do it. The nation of Israel has had a very mixed history, and we all know that. We can read about it in the pages of the scriptures. But we see here what the deal was, because this is the deal. If we obey his voice and we keep his covenant, then we can be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. This is conditional. It's conditioned on keeping the covenant and obedience. So what it turns out is that not all who claim to be Israel are Israel according to these terms. The ones that are the true Israel, which the scriptures refer to as the remnant of Israel, are the remnant who are faithful to the covenant, who obey his voice. And unfortunately, in most every generation, but not all, that's been a minority of Israel. After this time, it became apparent who the woman was that he was talking about in Genesis 3:15. The woman is the woman Israel. In Revelation chapter 12, it gives us this picture of a woman about to give birth with a crown of 12 stars, indicating the 12 tribes of Israel. She was in pain, laboring to give birth, and as we read on, she does in fact give birth. This is the woman and her seed that it's talking about. The woman gave us a champion, the Son of the living God. The Lion, who is of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has overcome. We've been spending a lot of time walking with him through the Gospels in his life. We have seen his amazing courage facing up to the evil ones. We have seen his laser-like focus on the truth and his ability to stand by the truth no matter what was happening in his life. We saw him actually defeat the enemy by being willing to be defeated. Now, isn't that an interesting concept? That's what the enemy thought. Finally, I'm defeating God. Can you imagine the glee among all of the enemies of God when the Son of God was nailed to that tree? You can hear it in the background as you read the story in the Gospels. Little did they know that this was a war strategy to defeat the enemy, and that Yeshua Messiah was willing to endure hardship as a soldier of the kingdom. And he stepped forward and willingly offered himself, even to the point of death, in complete courage and faith. And in doing that, not only did he provide what was needed for us to be saved, but he gave us an example of what is required of every son and daughter of the living God in this war. That we too must be willing to endure hardship, that we too must be willing to do what it takes to win this war for the kingdom. And we have a leader we can believe in, that we can trust, our Yeshua Messiah. Meanwhile, the war rages on toward the rest of her seed. Revelation 12:17, the dragon grew angry with the woman and went away to make war with the rest of her seed, who keep Elohim's commandments and hold Yeshua's testimony. This is the end-time picture of the remnant. They continue to keep Elohim's commandments. They know to be his nation They're required to do so. And they're required to obey his voice. But this does not mean that they don't have faith in the Messiah. Exactly the opposite thing is true. They have been saved by the blood of the Lamb. And they have a testimony. And their testimony has arisen because they're in the war, right? And they have experienced that warfare because of their faith and their unswerving obedience. And so they have a testimony of walking with Yeshua Messiah. And they also are the seed. This means that if you're one of them, the war has found you. If that's true, then it's really time to decide to be a kingdom soldier. You've got something at stake. You have a reason to fight back. One more thing about that. Here in Romans 16:20, it says, the Elohim of peace will quickly crush Satan under your feet. You know, oftentimes in the Christian world, when they talk about the prophecy of Genesis 3:15 and so on, they rightly point to Messiah as being the seed. But do you notice in the New Covenant scriptures, it is including the remnant who are following Messiah as also part of that seed. And they're encouraged that they too will crush Satan under their feet. And you're reading about that in the book of Revelation. And of course, what this means is that while this has been a long and hard-fought battle, we will win. We absolutely will win. Some of us personally might not win. Some of us might go over to the other side. That happens in warfare. But we get to choose that, whether we're going to do that or not. The seed of the woman will win. Well, to some people, all of this sounds pretty intense. Other people say spiritual warfare is very easy. Just take authority over those demons. Is it really that easy? You know, we have this picture here of somebody who might be a lackadaisical kind of believer, saying, the devil can't do nothing to me. I'm covered by the blood of the Lamb. And what are you doing for him? I guess that would be my question. Here's the thing about folks like this. You know, we care about them and we want them to wake up. Because if they have this attitude, sooner or later what's going to happen is they're going to find that attitude will not cut it. And it's going to hurt on the day that happens. Here's some examples of what I'm talking about. Here are some very famous preachers: Finis Dake, Oral Roberts, Kenneth Hagin, Catherine Coleman, Amy Semple McPherson. They all have something in common. They all went around telling everybody that all believers should be completely healed of every disease, never should be sick. And put a lot of guilt on people, too, because they got sick. And yet, every one of them all died with diseased bodies. Now, I'm not saying God can't heal you, but I'm saying don't oversimplify the truth. Because if you do and you get overconfident, you can very easily be proven a liar. And that's what happened to these people. So we're looking at a war here, and wars are not easy, and there's casualties in war. By all means, take your enemy seriously. The scripture says, be sober and self-controlled, be watchful. Your adversary, the devil, walks around like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. He is actively looking to devour believers. And believers are told in the scripture to be sober, to be self-controlled, to be watchful of this. So the attitude of the devil who is not a scriptural attitude. It definitely is not a winning attitude. The winning attitude is know your enemy, even respect your enemy for who they are, and deal with them in a real way. Besides the devil himself as an enemy, we must remember the devil has lots of help. And Yeshua said, you will be hated by all men for my name's sake. Remember, the whole world went over to the devil's side. So he's got lots of help. And in this particular presentation, we're not going into the spiritual side of this very much. You know, the side of deliverance from demonic spirits and so on. In this discussion, we are really concerned with this part of the spiritual battle, of how he uses people to attack us. You know, you do have authority over the spirits. You can cast out demons all day long. You can't cast out people very well. And they can do things to you that demonic spirits aren't able to do. So this is really the part of the spiritual battle that we're looking at right now. We have to realize about this that hatred is ratcheting up towards believers. And this is foretold for this time period, and we are seeing it. Yeshua said, you will be hated by all men for my name's sake. And this is increasing. You know, in 2015, we put out this DVD. And in this DVD, it reveals that the fifth seal of Revelation has been opened. What that means is unprecedented persecution would soon be coming on believers around the globe. Now, when we put that out, some people said, surely you're overstating the case, that this can't really be the fifth seal being opened. But then by 2018, we had this headline. Christian persecution and genocide is worse now than any time in history, the report says. And if you're awake, you know this is true. Because we have reports about this, and all around the globe, this is true. And persecution is heating up, and here we're talking about what you might refer to as hot persecution, you know, involving death, prison, things like this. This requires something of us. This means that we need to start preparing ourselves now for the persecution that in many cases is already here in some forms, but which is going to be intensifying. So a verse like this, you therefore must endure hardship as a good soldier of Messiah Yeshua, is really an excellent verse to help us to get the mindset that we need in order to deal effectively with this war. And so nobody wants to hear about hardship, especially in a rich country like America. But we need to be thinking about it if we're going to be good soldiers of the kingdom. We must adopt the wartime mindset of a soldier. We're not like soldiers, we are soldiers. Do you know the difference? Don't wait for persecution to adopt the wartime mindset of a soldier. Now, there's some things you can do right away. Like, let's say you live here in the West, you still have relative freedom. You can think about things like this. If it's on the internet, it isn't private. You know, when we have so much freedom, a lot of times we don't even think of the fact that we're making all this information available to the enemy, so that when the enemy actually gets ready to strike, you know, they have all this information about you, along with pictures, and not just you, about everybody you know. And why help them? So think about that. Here's a little illustration I found, some low-tech tips to protect your privacy online. Think about these things. There are many, many other suggestions you can find on the internet about privacy and even being anonymous. This is something we need to educate ourselves about. Don't just think because everything seems so free right now that it's going to go on this way. And you know, all this stuff, it gets saved forever, right? Just think of a list. On this date, you looked up this. On this date, you looked up this. Things that were perfectly innocent and that you had a reason to do can be built together to look like you're some kind of a terrorist or a criminal. Here's another thing you've got to know. Being too trusting can hurt you or even kill you. You are all such nice people. That could kill you. We all want to be nice to people. We might be the last people in the world, believers, that want to be nice to people. And I'm not saying don't be a nice person, but also I'm saying don't be a dumb person. Be careful about what you say and to whom you say it. You know, discretion is a biblical virtue. And yet we have a culture today that's telling you, be transparent. Tell people everything. This is not biblical. The scriptures tell us use discretion in what you say. We have the example of Yeshua Messiah. Did he tell everybody everything? We have places in the Gospels where people said to him, you're the Messiah, and he says to them, don't tell anybody. Discretion is really essential, and we need to start praying and asking to get that gift of discretion in our speech. Here's a big reason why I'm talking about this. Betrayal will become the greatest threat to your life. I'm not saying it might. I'm telling you absolutely it's going to. It is going to get there. Matthew 24 is talking about this very time period that we're coming up on. And he said, then they will deliver you up to oppression and will kill you. You will be hated by all of the nations for my name's sake. Then many will stumble and will deliver up one another and will hate one another. That's talking about believers or professed believers. They're going to stumble and they're going to betray one another. There's nothing you can do to stop that from happening. But you do need to learn to use discretion. You have no idea the evil that lies in the heart of your friends. You don't know which ones, though. So this is why it is so vital for us to learn discretion. You must always weigh everything you say to unbelievers and even to believers who love the world, including family and friends. You can tell who loves the world. Oh, but you shouldn't judge people. I'm not talking about judging people, okay? You're not going to decide their eternal destiny. But you have to decide who they are in relation to you. That's your obligation. It's not just something you can do, it's something you must do. So you need to decide, are they people you can trust? And to what level can you trust them? And this is true of unbelievers, but it's also true of believers who do not give evidence in their life of totally giving themselves over to Messiah. Because people who are divided are dangerous people in terms of what we're talking about. Those are the people that can easily be turned by the enemy. The people you can trust are the people who are totally given to Messiah above everything. And you can even be fooled about that. The Word is our standard. The scriptures talk about this in the book of Psalms. It says, "Blessed is the man who doesn't walk in the counsel of the wicked, nor stand in the way of sinners, nor sit in the seat of scoffers, but his delight is in Yahweh's Torah. On his Torah he meditates day and night." So you see, if you hang out with wicked people, which wicked people are people that do not keep the commandments, people who are choosing to be sinners. We know in one sense we're all sinners, right? Because we're born in sin. That's not what this is talking about. This is people who choose to be sinners. And we're living in a time where people do that. And not only that, they call their sin good. Talking about people like that. Or sit in the seat of scoffers. If you sit with people and talk with people and accept them scoffing at God and at His Word, you're sitting in the wrong place and you need to get up and get out. Now, some people might hear this and say, yes, but what about witnessing to people? Witnessing to people is not being friends with the world. It's an entirely different thing. You're not bringing them in to your inner world and revealing all your secrets and everything about your life to people you're witnessing to who are unbelievers. You have an object in mind, and that is to share Messiah with them. You are a blessed person if you make these distinctions. We need to discriminate on the basis of the scriptures. That's what the psalm here is telling us about. We must do this. And especially as we come into times of persecution where we know we've already been warned here as to what's going to happen. Should we not use some wisdom in our associations with people? So that's really a word to the wise. The scriptures give us direction in many places to make these kinds of decisions. And as we look into a person's life who has some doorway into our sphere, sometimes we wonder, is this person of the devil or are they of God? You know, sometimes you see some stuff on one side that screams devil, devil, devil. But on the other side, you see things that, oh, well, they're trying to be nice. You know, maybe they're open, and we want to help them. So how do we decide what we're going to do with this person? Well, 1 John says this, "In this the children of God are revealed, and the children of the devil. Whoever doesn't do righteousness is not of God. Neither is he who doesn't love his brother." And I believe that these are indications that are given to us to help us to discern who we're talking to and what level of trust we can put in given individuals. So this is what we need to do and start doing it. This is part of our mindset makeover that we need, is discipline yourself to allow the Word and the Spirit to control your every word. You know, we can't afford anymore to just be running off at the mouth because we like to talk. We need to be measuring our words. Yeshua said that every word will be judged. So, you know, speaking at all is a pretty risky thing to be doing, if you think about that. So think about your words. Think about what you say and why you're saying it, that your words might be upbuilding to those people that need that encouragement, people that need the truth. Don't ever run down your brothers and sisters to other people. There might be something about one of your brothers and sisters you don't like. Do not vent to other brothers and sisters. That's just evil and wrong. You can do tremendous harm, and particularly in times of persecution, which are coming up, where you have to depend on every person, because people all know each other in any kind of a community of believers. If you start making enemies with other believers, that is going to come back on you in a really bad way. So don't do that. Just a word to the wise about that. You know, when the Civil War broke out, the boys on both sides thought, oh, well, we'll go do this over a weekend and this war will be over. You know, the Southern boys, they thought, well, those Northern boys, they'll never be able to withstand us, and so we'll just go do this and that'll be over. The Northern boys thought the same thing. When they actually got in the clenches of warfare, it was a long, terrible, drawn-out ordeal. And an entire culture was basically wiped out. And war, any kind of war, whether we're talking about spiritual war or physical war, war is horrible. So you have to realize that warfare of any kind is going to test you beyond what you are comfortable with, beyond even what you think you can tolerate, many times dragging on beyond what you'd ever think. And so we need to know this, and we need to consider what our focus is in our life. If your focus is on your own wealth and comfort and safety, you will not endure what is being brought upon the entire inhabited earth. You won't endure. I'm sorry, but your desires are for the wrong things. And you really need a change of mind if this is where you're at. Now, this is where a lot of people are at, and a lot of those people would never hear a message like this because they don't listen to anything longer than 15 minutes. Don't be a shallow person like that. Life is more important than that. You need to take some time to build up your character if you're going to be a good soldier of Messiah Yeshua. It's something you have to work at. It doesn't just happen. And you have to have the right focus in your life as to what's important to you, what your priorities are. To be a good soldier of Messiah, Messiah has to be what's important to you. Am I right? Find the army that is actually fighting the war and join in battle formation. I will tell you, in a war, if you are a straggler out there in the battlefield and you're not with your unit, you will not last. The bullets are flying everywhere. You're going to be the first casualty. Messiah is assembling his spiritual army here in these last days. You need to find a unit that's serious about fighting this war and get in the middle of it. That's what will be a place of protection for you. I like this picture. I like the fact that every one of these soldiers is part of a wall of protection. Wouldn't you feel like relatively pretty safe back there? Warfare is what overcomers do. Overcomers know that to win, you have to take the battle to the enemy. You cannot win just by letting the enemy pummel you. You got to take the battle back to the enemy to win the war. This is what we need to do. Now, I'm not talking about actually hurting people. So don't get me wrong about this. You know, we're not going out with bullets and knives and hurting people because we don't want to hurt people. But we are talking about fighting this war of words, this war of concepts, and a war for the souls of men and women. And we're not going to surrender those people. I'm not willing to surrender one person who's part of the remnant if I can do anything to stop that from happening. But I know we will lose some people. What we'll find out in the end is not everybody that wants to be part of the remnant or thinks they're part of the remnant really is part of the remnant. We will find that out, but I'm not willing to concede that person. They're going to have to actually do it, if you follow what I'm saying. We have to have a winning mentality and not just give up. 2 Corinthians 10, 3 through 5. For though we walk in the flesh, we don't wage warfare according to the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh, but mighty before Elohim to the throwing down of strongholds, throwing down imaginations, and every high thing that is exalted against the knowledge of Elohim, and bringing every thought into captivity to the obedience of Messiah. Now let me tell you this. This world is filled with deception. I don't believe something just because some scientist said it, and you shouldn't either. I don't believe something just because some stuffed suit on the TV says it to me, and you shouldn't either. Our job as soldiers is to not believe the world and instead believe his word and bring the truth of his word to bear against all those lies, against all that deception, that the truth might ring clear in the ears of every lover of truth so that they can choose their side in the war. That's what we need to do. Bringing every thought into captivity to the obedience of Messiah. Now, you might think, I'm not a person who's very good at communicating. Doesn't matter. Can you be a vessel that the Holy Spirit can use? You know what? 99% of being a soldier for Messiah is showing up. Can you show up? That's what we have to get over, right? Is mindset problems. A lot of it having been instilled by the world, a lot of it part of our flesh nature, a lot of it part of deceptions that have come from a whole host of different places. And we have to break through that and let his word inform us and actually be changed by his word. Our priorities changed, our goals in life changed, everything about us changed into the mindset of a soldier. I like this little picture. Those slings and arrows. And it never seems to be just one, does it? They always come in clouds. But the overcomers don't just take the slings and arrows of the enemy. They don't just run and hide in a corner. They might as a strategic move for a point. But they don't stay there. To win, it requires holy order, active training, and great personal commitment. Every soldier must have strong focus and be serious about training, practice. You know, a lot of believers have a thought in mind that because we have a God who is so great, who can win every battle, that we don't really need to be very concerned about our part in that. That we don't really need to train. That we don't really need to have that level of personal commitment. The remnant know that's not what the scriptures tell us. They tell us that being a soldier for Messiah Yeshua is something very rigorous. And it requires commitment and focus and training and practice in the things that disciples of Messiah do. However, when we do invest our effort and our time into that, we can find that we can be very effective in countering the enemy. We can really give it back to the enemy. Learn to shoot straight and fly right. You know what I would like to have happen? I would like to see every time the devil attacks Yahweh's people, for him to get hurt worse than they did. For him to try to take something from the kingdom and instead to have a whole big chunk of his dominion ripped out of his hand. I think that's how we need to think about spiritual warfare. It's not just us not getting beat up. Let's think in terms of defeating the enemy in the areas in which he attacks us. That's really why we need to have this sense of focus, why we need to hone our skills, why we need to actually practice those things. James 4:7, by the way, I think is a verse that goes to this: resist the devil and he will flee from you. There's nothing like well-targeted arrows of truth to send the enemy running. I like this picture because I think it really portrays so much what war is about. So this is why I'm showing this. And you know what? On a spiritual level, this is so much what the war has been like through the many centuries. It just seemed like it was never going to stop, you know? Sometimes it still feels this way. But yet you have the stalwart soldiers that are still holding the line. What is ahead is going to become a lot more intense. And it's not going to be a walk in the park. So what we're recommending is do all you can to prepare yourself now. Prepare, endure, and fight to win this battle. Our theme, you therefore must endure hardship as a good soldier of Messiah Yeshua. That's a mindset. We need to all start working on that mindset so that we're ready when we need to be. Spiritual warfare. Fight to win. Let's pray together. Our Father, we want to come to you tonight, and we just thank you for being there. Thank you for helping each one of us and grabbing a hold of us, Father, and rescuing us out of this dying world and calling us to be yours, saving us by the blood of your Son. We know you didn't just save us so that we could be comfy. We like comfy. But that's not why you saved us. We are in a war. And as your children, we need to step up and fight for the family farm, which is the kingdom. We need to be good soldiers for Yeshua Messiah. And to do that, we've got to move out of our comfort zone. Father, we need to learn to accept inconveniences and hardships. We need to learn to change our priorities. But Father, the events that are coming in this world are not going to wait. They're coming. And on that day, we have to be ready. So, Father, I just ask you to help each of us to develop that mindset of a soldier for your kingdom, for Yeshua Messiah. Help us to overcome, Father, our reluctance. Help us to overcome even our unbelief sometimes, our insecurities, all of those things. To step forward and really give you an opportunity, Father, because in our weaknesses, that's where we're strong with your strength. Father, especially for us people who are in richer countries, it's really hard for us to sometimes endure the slightest kind of hardship. Many people have not endured those kinds of things, and it sounds so scary and difficult. I want to pray especially for those folks that, Father, you might help them, encourage them, and help them to see your almighty power and your control, and help them, Father, to have a vision of your kingdom so that they will know what it is that they are enduring for. Have a vision, Father, of Yeshua Messiah, who grips our hearts because of his righteousness, his goodness, and his love. Father, help us all to have that vision that we need to endure, because we know that he who endures to the end is the one who will be delivered. Whatever is coming, Father, we just commit ourselves to you and to your care and to your wisdom and to your love. And we know you are in control. We have chosen your side in the war, Father, because we believe in you. We believe in your right to rule over this earth and all that you created. And we stand with you. And Father, we admit that we are weak and that sometimes it's hard. And sometimes, Father, we can be deceived, and sometimes we can even be tempted. But this is not who we want to be. We want to rise up as your holy people in the world. We want to move forward with the courage of a lion, our lion. And Father, we want to glorify your name above every name in this world. So, Father, just be with us. Be patient with us. Pour out your grace into our lives and help us to change our minds, to change our hearts, and to put our focus fully on your Son and on your kingdom. Father, we pray these things in the name of Yeshua, our mighty King. Amen.
Thanks for watching. For a lot more from the scripture for these last days, sign up free at zion.net/register. That is TSIYON.net/register. For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.